Hey guys, so right now I'm just eating my weed gummies, and I did forget that I made this potato cannon because it can definitely fire hot potatoes. And look at that, it can also get shot in the water. But it's been a long time that I've been on here. Everything seems to function. I'm going to check my manual tree cutter. I think I should add another hand crank. So I'm just going to get some wood. I did say I could add some belts where it can somehow like reset back, but it might have to go to like a particular I had to make like a portable interface right here and somehow connect it where the wood goes to another function and it turns into stripped logs, unless I do want to make it where I extend this platform out and it just gives out stripped logs, which is very useful for making andesite casings. I'm just going to say there's just a lot to think about. And also, I am still thinking about making more of this cardboard, which I gotta make pulp, get tons of any type of tree sapling, and then we're good to go. So now we have 2 of these. I can just, that retracts, this pushes it forward. So, yeah. I wish there was something where I could use the redstone link and it just controls from a far distance, but again, it needs redstone, but I don't think I can power it with redstone. But as long as this method still works, which it clearly does, it's all fine. But today, I'm just going to think about something. I was thinking about making my drills a bit bigger, or add more drill heads to it, or maybe learn to make a train. I think Loyal forgot to close the door. Sometimes he does access my lab, but sometimes just close the door so you can reduce mobs from coming in, because I don't want that, because that is a lot of damage. Also, I think what I should do here, remove this and just, because I think for now this is flint, because I think we're going to still need a lot of flint, and I'm pretty sure there is a lot of iron blocks in here, if I'm guessing. How many do we have? 1. Oh, so we only have like what, 1 stack of iron blocks? So that does tell me that this these vaults don't hold too much. Or maybe I've been gone for so long that it's sort of like faded out. And what is this keeping? This one has clay and flint. I could also save those too if I just want to have like a ton of flint and clay. But I think since I have a lot of iron, I could extend out on the vaults, because they said I can make them to a 3x3 and I could still extend like this way. and then we'll just have like a ton of space. But that would also mean I would have to get rid of this wall, which that's going to be a crazy amount of work, because you can actually still see I have to like excavate a good amount of this stuff. And I'm also thinking about making a train as well, but making a train would require me to burrow out these areas or these tunnels, so we can also have a train that can go all the way back to the floating island, because I am thinking about doing something like that. And look at all this nether quartz. There's got to be a way to like deposit all this nether quartz, because that is a lot of nether quartz, and I've barely seen any gold like I'm expecting to get like tons of gold blocks, but I think the reality is it's going to take a while. But again, I am just relaxing and just playing some Minecraft, learning a little bit about the create mod. So, do I have any pickaxes? I might be able to make a diamond pickaxe, since I do have that luxury to make the diamond pickaxe. I mean, just for, you know, just to hollow out certain areas. Like, I still need some diamond tools now and then. So let me just put it down here for the nether quartz, because that's probably the only material that it seems to kind of just pile. Like, it's just piling a lot. So let me say, I probably want this to only filter out, like, look at that. That is a lot of nether quartz. Like, a lot. So let me set this to where I probably just wanted to dump out. Okay. But I just want to see if I can like change the amount selected though, but I don't think it's going to do anything, since it might only take out a stack. It might take out like only a stack of this stuff. So let me just dump it. You see, you can see there is a lot of nether quartz. So I still have to empty out a good portion of the inventory just for the gold to probably go in. Because I know this is a big vault. I know. It's a huge vault, and it probably has like tons of that nether quartz in here. Like tons of nether quartz. And as for the gold, I really don't know. Like, we still looking for some gold nuggets. Unless it perfectly has to be a stack of this. See. Click to hold the amount. I'll see anything that's like 64. There we go. So right now it's just going to keep putting it in there. Anything that I have filtered. It's only going to dump out a whole stack of this stuff. But we still got a lot of nether quartz here. So now, I think what I'm going to try to do is make the laboratory more bigger. Because I know I still have the drill heads, and I could just let the train do like a lot of the excavation on the go. But I gotta see if I can learn how to build a train. Because I'm trying to understand, like, how long has it been since the last time that I came back on here. Take this down. Remove that. But you could definitely see that we have did a lot of building within this SMP. We did like a lot of building, which is a good thing. Because if I weren't building, then we wouldn't have these interesting structures that you see right now. You won't be able to see me just learn on how to make one thing, how to make things, you know, continue on and progress the way they do. It's like we see the magic of time reveal itself. Because time may seem invisible, but it's real. Because what you're going to see is time basically doing the work. I may have a lot of iron blocks, lots of quartz, lots of copper, but in the end, I still do whatever that I need to do just to make things come to life. In most cases, that's the intent. And I do barely edit now and then because that's the design choice. Like, I know some people probably want me to edit my stuff down just to maintain the pacing of things, which is fine. It's just I want the audience to feel the atmosphere of like what hours of grinding actually is, because this feels tangible. Like it feels like it kind of feels like I am doing like I'm putting more of my brain power into setting up these complex systems and still progressing and still growing, because playing modded Minecraft is a learning experience too within its own self. Like if you ever think about doing a mod showcase or anything just to help people or to guide people on how something works or show something to people, you gotta play it like this. Like most people play it like this. This is how you learn the game. But you have some people that read the wiki, and when they do a showcase, they kind of just present it as if they kind of know like what it is, but in reality, they kind of just read word from word on like what somebody else wrote, and it may sound like they know something, but in reality, they probably don't know it. But I mean, that's the market of the internet mostly. People kind of just read stuff that's already been written, and they just don't like add their own insight on it. I would say some people do, but if you have people that kind of just dress to showcase like they're trying to sell you the mod or something like that, then they don't really know too much about the mod. And to tell you guys the truth, I used to do that, where I had to try to dress up the mod like I'm trying to sell something. And it didn't work out too well, because all it did was tire me out. It felt confusing, and it felt like I was deceiving my audience. So I would rather be transparent with you guys, because I respect y'all intelligence. Because you guys know some things when things aren't right, or some things that are wrong. It's kind of like I want you guys to like decide that. But me, I'm just here for the passion of the game. Like, the way that I might be playing might be the wrong way of how to play, but like most people say, there is no right or wrong way to play. It's basically your own story. Like, you're the one that controls the story. Like, if I say want to be a scientist that learns about pneumatics and kinetic energy, then I could do that. While you have somebody else learning about, you know, biology or learn about eco, ecolog, or eco. I can't say the word. Ecologists. Yeah. Or if you're like an ecologist that wants to learn more about the life in the ecosystem, then go for it. Because science is everywhere. I mean, it doesn't have to be like computers and stuff like that. Science can come in many forms, but people kind of just plant with the stereotypes. Just being like just mostly technology based. Even scientists can be archaeologists. They can dig up bones because, you know, digging up bones has history and history means data. I'll just say anything that has data I can simply adapt to. But as long as the mod pack includes like certain features that has technologies in them, then I'm fine. And I know that I'm gonna have to do some spring cleaning with the chests again. And I know for this one I have to put a lot of tuff, and I might as well just put it in the storage. Yeah, I might as well just put it in the storage. Okay, yeah, about that we gotta do this and then put storage up. See, this is technically my portable storage, which we have wood, acerine. Acerine is basically acerine is technically zinc, but it's just not processed yet. It's zinc, but not in a processed state. It's in a raw state. Because once I get it converted, then you'll see like a lot of zinc nuggets and zinc things. Just things made out of zinc. Also, I'm looking at my oh, that was intense lag right there. Because you still also have to check to see like what stuff I don't need or some things that I probably would never need because since we're getting a lot closer to automation and I guess making more sophisticating things, you will start seeing some of these blocks that I have, like all this gravel, stone. It sort of just kind of like phases out of my inventory a little bit. It's sort of like it's like I've already accomplished like some of these things already. Like the good news is I don't have to worry about wood anymore because wood now is kind of just easy to acquire. Like I think the thing I should always set for myself is when you have tons of copies of something or you have accomplished something that has like a ton of replicas and tons of stuff and you don't need it anymore, just get rid of it. You might be thinking about holding on to it until like something happens, but I would say 9 times out of 10 you're just gonna sort of just be you're sort of just gonna be on a different level or a different plane or a different mindset for that matter, just working with the mod. Like we have all these industrial block of iron, I can still use those. We have tons of dirt, copper sheets. Yeah, so you could definitely see that there's going to be a lot of cleaning. But I wish there was something for storage and inventory so I could like put it in a UI and I could just you know, I could just store it there and I don't have to worry about trying to, you know, pick through these chests because I know I mean, there's still some resources that I might need for create, but I probably don't want to be overwhelmed by all this inventory clutter. But sometimes you do gotta clean some stuff up around here. Like, it doesn't hurt to like stay clean and just have a clean mind, because when you do clean up your stuff, it does tell people like you prefer neatness despite you're kind of just like, say for example, I'm not like I try to be a clean person that I can, but realistically I'm kind of just not that like I'm not a good cleaner. Like if you ask my mother that question, I'll say, she will just say he's just not a good cleaner. He tries cleaning, but he's not a very good cleaner. And she's not wrong, because I'm in fact not a good cleaner. Because I could sit there and I could try to clean up something and I just end up like making more mess, or just come up with trillions of excuses of why I can't clean it. But the good news is I try to do chores or anything. I don't think I need the epic bag unless I'm gonna open it. A disco. Oh, it's a hat, isn't it? Too bad, I'm using create. But I do learn from my mistakes. Sometimes it can be painful, but all I can just say is it's part of the learning experience. Like, everything that we do is a learning experience. Like, nobody is perfect. We make mistakes. But some people would say just don't make too many mistakes too much, or else you're just taking it for granted, which that's also fair. But it's really hard to sort out a chest, because you could actually see, like, I can sit here and put like a lot of stuff in here, and then I just kind of just forget that I've overloaded the chest with junk. But some people may look in the chest and be like, this is not junk, this is like actual material. But when you've been playing with mods for a while and then you start developing things out of thin air or out of nothing, it kind of just becomes just trash of its own. Like, you just know when it's trash or not. And the reason why I'm just more chattier now is because I am on the weed gummies, and I'm gonna eat like another piece of a weed gummy just to keep myself, you know. I'm just gonna say it just helps me to think more and slow down, because some people just don't. Like, people kind of just rush to things and get things done. Like, so far in this SMP, I have actually done a good amount to actually done a good amount just to like help my members out a little, just to see like what can I offer to the SMP, because I know there's going to be like a lot of stuff in here that I gotta have to like filter out and filter through and things like that. I mean, it's always going to be a lot to do, or something to do, like always something to do. And that palm tree is still floating. But since you're going to be seeing me just clean up a lot of my laboratory, like we have blaze rods. I know we're going to still keep some nether warts and blaze rods, kelp. I'm not sure I'm going to make a kelp farm. We also have some music discs and a saddle, bow and arrow. Yeah, slime ball. I have to see like what can I throw and what can I keep, because we have a ton of these baked potatoes. We got a coconut. I'm gonna keep the coconut. Yeah, I'll say, but most of this stuff will probably just got to be trashed. Cherry blossoms. I'm going to keep the cherry blossoms because I might try to rejuvenate those. And who knows, the whole island might have some cherry blossoms, which might cause a collision with like the jungle a bit, because we kind of came from a jungle biome and then we're kind of just shifting it towards something a lot more alien that doesn't even look like it's supposed to belong there. But I'm just doing whatever I can just to make the experience feel a little bit lighter on myself, but it can sometimes feel better. So let me go back up the tubes. I would say my farm is doing good. I mean, I probably don't have to keep optimizing it too much, because as long as the crop is going in here, you'll actually see there's a ton of carrots and a bunch of potatoes. But if I do make the farm any bigger, and this time, instead of just me doing like a whole rotational thing, I can make a whole plow that's powered like a mechanical piston, but it will still have to use the power of the hand cranks. I can make it move. I can make the whole unit go move like back and forth and back and forth, but that's still manual work. It's still going to be like a lot of work when you're still trying to like put all those things together. But yeah. So this is how you make a saddle. That's good to know. And we also got a fluid tank, which requires that. I don't think I need that. We got glass. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna keep like a few things on me that's create related, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be building a lot of stuff with create anyway. Like create is one of those mods that can go, it seems like it's one of those mods that can go either way. Like, it's like you could learn to make a farm, or then you can learn kinetics, or you can learn kinetics and then you learn to make a farm. It's sort of like you just don't know like where to start when it comes down to learning create, because create just has a lot of things going on, and you can learn like a lot of stuff. But I do want to see them learn more about create. Like, I do pass by their cottages and things like that. I do. They look nice. But I do want to see them use a little bit of create sometimes, because create is very helpful instead of just doing things by hand. Like, when you make, I think if you make like the crushers and things like that, you actually save yourself a lot more time, and you can automate. You can do a lot with create actually, but if you add also other mods into it, like aeronautics, add like little add-ons that make us have drills and deforesters and things like that, because once you have that installed, you're pretty much just going to have like a lot of ways with create, and you're basically have all that potential that you can use for the mod. And I'm just going to eat another gummy. This one tastes a little more sweet. So I'm just going to open the hatch and just throw the trash in there. Wait, can I shoot a potato at it? Okay, cool. Because when you do shoot a potato at something, it does catch fire. But I need to call a hot potato. But good thing it doesn't burn nothing else around here. But you can see, we have been harvesting a lot of stuff. But now we can go to the nether. I don't think we need lodestones. I mean, lodestones. Oh, I think we're fine. I think lodestones, they're just iron. If they were netherite, I'll probably hold on to those. Probably. Because they still probably have some significant value. But I'm just going to say I'm mostly content with what I got now. Cleaning up my laboratory. Okay, we still have a little azalea right there too. I might even replant some of those azaleas. Spore blossoms. I'm just telling you, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And plus, I don't really use these hats or anything like that. I really don't, but I can just open a few. Oh, what is this? What is this on my head? This is a shunka. So this is a shunka. Okay. A RGB Ashunka. I mean, they can have the hats if they want. Since I'm pretty much just gonna be doing like create stuff. We can also crush this horse armor and turn it into like iron, you know, for like other things. But I think ever since we have iron machines and iron farms, it's sort of like horse armor doesn't really matter. Or I'll say iron as much just doesn't seem that important, since you can kind of just make tons of it on your own with just the power of using mechanical drills and other things like that. So let me see. So I'm going to put this stuff in here. You can see we have tons of chests, barrels. We have a lot of things. So let me put this in here. I will take the horse armor because that is what I'm going to use to like crush it up in the nether, because that's probably like the only ways I can crush a few things up, because we have a general wheel crusher in there in the hell, and we are safe. I think I should wear a gold helmet. I mean, you know what? Since I'm going to the nether anyway, I am just going to swap over to my thermo resistant armor, because it's tougher and it's designed for heat. So you can see that everything is still functional. The lava is still pumping lava, but I'm really trying to figure out like what can I use the lava for other than just knowing that I can only use it for the andesite farm. But we still haven't planned on the andesite farm yet. But when I do get back to mining more, I could harvest some more of this nether quartz and turn it into bricks, and I could just heavily cover this area in bricks, probably with some glass, but it's mostly just going to be covered with nether bricks, and it's just going to be shielded from the top and the sides, so the ghast don't think about doing anything dangerous. So we can pull up the nether wart block. What that happens, it's supposed to give us nether wart. See, that's what it does. It gives you nether wart when you get it crushed, but the percentage is very small, so you still got to be mindful about that. And we have the iron horse armor that gets crushed, right? It should be able to drop us some iron. Yeah, it gives us iron, leather, and string. So it does work. So let me pull out my storage. Put the tuff in here. And the escherine, which is zinc. If we look back here, if I just put the chute on, there you go. There you go. You might be able to see some stuff move down there. Yep, so you can see all the items move down there, like the the flint. You get some gold, copper, and zinc. But right now, I think it's still putting in the, yeah, so see, this is why I put it in the barrel, because I think the barrel is more compact. Because if you have a chest, it'd probably be a little bit harder to read. And it seems like it only goes by, like, a particular order. So we're going to have, like, crushed raw zinc, or zinc in general. which means we also get more zinc out of it instead of just mining for individual pieces of zinc. We also have foods and cook farms, so if we ever want to pull the stuff out, I mean, I can always add like another belt or somehow wire it up where it's like it connects all to like one channel or something, and all it does, it just puts the stuff in. Like I could literally just be goofy with it, and I could just make belts go everywhere, and it just gets fed into here, and I don't even have to touch anything when it comes down to like converting it into like raw material. I mean, it's entirely up to the person that decides to do that. So it still gives us more control in the end. Like all this zinc, all this crushed raw zinc, we get tons of it just from crushing tuff or anything like that. But it still is going to be like a lot of stuff that I still gotta like do. But since I've kind of just did that, we also still got some stone in that chest. I really need to figure out what to do with that stone, because all I could see that stone is mostly just for builds. Like, what other uses do I have for this stone? So we got a crank, button, stack blocks of stone, the accurate coin molder, the multi-piston. I mean, multi-piston, a graveyard, a millstone. I don't even think I had to use a millstone. A windmill bearing. Okay, I can make a windmill bearing. We have pulse repeaters, pulse extender, powered latch. So I would probably just look at it as mundane. We can also make mundane with a piece of stone. That's intriguing. We have infested. Okay, that's if you just wanna troll people or something like that. But mundane water. Oh, so this is how you make mundane water. At least we can make mundane potions, but that's if I want to work on alchemy. Like, there's generally like a lot of stuff to do. And I'm still thinking about where I should place this gantry. That's if I really want to make this area right here, the entry for the gantry. Or I could just add like I said, put like a floor right here and add an elevator that goes up here or something like that. And the gantry just kind of just flies through the sky. And I can also make like an elevator that comes like up and down, and then it could be like another gantry or something like that. I mean, I could do a lot of things, but I just gotta see like what can I do in the current moment. Cause there's a lot of stuff you can do. There's lots of stuff I can do. It's just I just gotta figure out what to do and what to make of something. Because there's a lot of stuff that I can learn with create. So let me, because I know it's going to need coal as fuel, of course, because it uses a it utilizes a furnace, a minecart furnace, so that's going to be very important. So I know I have to place this in a particular way, because I know I've noticed something too. When I was trying to place down little torches, it did like sever some of the things, and the drill's pointing this way. Okay, so that would technically mean I might have to shift it like 1, 2, 3, 4. That means I might have to shift this 4 times. I may have to move it over 4 times. 4 times. But this is just only just to make the laboratory feel a little bit bigger and probably add more things, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a lot of things that I'm going to have to add, or maybe make the minecart go this way and just stop at a particular point and just keep doing it repeatedly. I mean, that could be the idea too, because it's a lot to do. And plus, I do need to think about getting some glowstone and get some glowstone torches up and running around here, because I know, I just know for one thing, it's going to be a lot of, a lot of work. So let me just go up there and get some sticks from that chest, because there's just going to be a lot to do. And plus, I might think about smelting this wood into coal as well, or charcoal, because it can also be used as a fuel source. So that means we also found renewable resources a lot more effectively too, which helps saves more time. So we'll have more time to work with this stuff. So let me just get a few torches. I'll say 7 torches is probably good enough. But I may have to make a filter, unless that is necessary. So I'm just gonna put it into like a furnace and just cook like 1 piece of charcoal, just 1 piece, and then I'm fine. And we still got some jellyfishes in here. So I'm just gonna go and let me just throw in like a whole log in there. So this is one way to get slime, which is slay a few jellyfishes. And let's just get 1 piece of wood. Then we're going to remove the filter, unless that one has a filter, because I have to actually update it. There we go. So now that I can convert this wood into charcoal, and charcoal is useful for the minecart, or the minecart furnace. So let's see here. I add you in there. Rules changed. Yeah, don't mind that flowing chest. We put this in here. And when we do this, this is going to smelt it into charcoal. Luckily, it doesn't go to the smoker. I hope it doesn't like accidentally like smoke it and it destroys it. But this is one way to get charcoal. And I can use the charcoal for all of my mining. Or I could save the coal for something more important and just go with charcoal for the most part. But you can see that this makes smeltery a lot easier if you think about it. Now we don't have to worry about you know, waiting a whole hour just for some coal or something like that. You could probably wait 30 seconds and get like a whole stack of it. We're definitely reducing our stress. So now we have more charcoal. I can keep the coal, and I can probably have like 1 full stack of coal with me. Or something like that. Unless I can make charcoal blocks, but I'm probably not going to be too bothered by it. But you'll see that now that we have basically made things a little bit cleaner. I mean, it's still messier, but we're working on it. So we can make this a bit smoother. So that means I do have to move you, because I think I placed it right here, or did I place it right here? I don't know. Let me try again. So if I place you again, okay, great. I'm stuck. There we go. So how far do I need to close this gap? See, that is going to break into theirs, so that will mean I'll have to move it over 2. Yeah, still, I got to move it over 4 times. Like, still a good amount of times. Because all I'm trying to do is keep this nice and clean. But it's still going to be messy, but I'm going to try my best of my ability to keep it clean. Because I know we're also under lava too, which that can also make it very unpredictable. And I think what's exciting is if when I use this drill, I can make it bigger, and I can make, I can make a whole drill work as like a 16 by 16. Unless I do want to make a humongous drill that kind of just is designed to break even more chunks at a crazier, like it literally bores into the mountains and things like that. But at the same time, you still also got to like figure out like how many chests you need just to put all that stuff in there. Because this is going to be a very, and we could also use what? Mechanical, we could also use like mechanical bearings or pistons, and I could probably make it like a 4x4 or something where I could let it connect to each other, and I could also use like a crank, and I could possibly make all this go away even with just using a simple hand crank just to push through all these chunks and an extended pole that just keeps continuing for like indefinite, and I can cover this whole chunk just by using that. But it's still going to use like a lot of physical labor, but that kind of makes mining a bit easier too, but a lot of work. So let me add the drill like this. I don't even know which way it's supposed to go, but I think this might be the way how it's supposed to go. And luckily this drill is like a yeah, see, we can still access it, but I still got to figure out like, is this like enough space? Because all we just got to do is like go straight down. I'm pretty sure the water will just probably like come leaking from the back. As long as there's no lava, we should be okay. Okay. So something happened. Yeah, so see, there was not enough room. It did break a little bit, but it's kind of hard to tell if it broke anything. So I'm gonna make like a little area. But I'm telling you, this drill is very powerful. Like, it's so effective. Like, we can literally just bore into this tunnel, make the tunnel bigger if we want to, and then we basically did a lot of mining. But the drill did a lot of mining because the drill is the only thing that truly did a lot of work. And where's this facing? Because see, it needs at least like 4. Yeah, I'm still trying to be mindful about the amounts of like how many I need just to break the block. Like, this is still messy, but this is what I love about it. Okay. Why is it not, it's sort of like, it's like I gotta give it room to like you can see like the chests and things. Let me just do that. Yeah, you can see like it is breaking through other blocks, but it's kind of hard to tell. So that means I may have to like break this too. Because it seems like there is like a lot of extra space in these locations. Let me just go do that again. This time just break this. But at least this gives us a little starter on like what to expect for the size of it. But when we make this space bigger, then we can easily just start sliding the drill in here, and then the drill kind of just go and do what it's supposed to do. Because I'm really trying to think about, like, what will this playthrough mostly be considered of? The only thing I can think of is mining, because I might think about getting Monulite, or probably do something even more sophisticated. Because I do have thoughts that run in my mind. Like, I'm thinking about making a 16 by 16 drill, or make a train. But if I want to make a train, I will have to place down tons of rails, which means, but I will say from my experience actually, you know, riding a train, it's basically a car, but on rails. It's a car, but on rails, and it uses friction, but it uses friction as like some sort of, like momentum. Like, it needs friction. It works very different from a plane, because it needs total friction. And when you have friction, it works. And I'm just hoping if this is like enough space just for the, because I don't know how far this drill's going to get, though. So that's maybe the only problem. Because I can always, like, count how many blocks that I can probably do. Like, I can always count. Hey, look at that. Diamonds. Because I gotta count, like, how many blocks that I might even come across this. Because I think to get here, I'll say even roughly around here, that's like what? So, because I'm pretty sure once I get to here, like at least this first back wheel right here, that means 1, 2, wait, why am I running? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Okay. That's 45 blocks, right? 45 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 35 blocks to go. That's what it means. So we got to continue this for another 35 blocks. But again, I still try to figure out, like, how did I even put this in here? Because it's kind of hard to tell, too, because you can accidentally, like, put, like, a drill in and it just somehow does this. Like, I can't tell because I'm not sure if I'm, like, too far over or something like that. Because it could be, like, right here. Like, it might be, like, right here. Like, I do see this as possible. Yeah, I think this is why I should make the drill sizes very, you know, very even instead of just whatever that is. Because it looks like a mess. So we gotta do it 35 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm hoping I might be counting a little bit slow. Oh, there we go. I'll say it was roughly around here. I would say I did an okay job with, you know, breaking the back of this. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to cover it for now. But this is going to feel a little bit refreshing. Because they'll actually see like there's like an extended room beside the beside the precise mechanism. They'll actually see like there's something else even behind it. So they'll technically see a whole factory down here. Yep. And plus, I don't know how long we'll be recording too, because okay, we got creepers and stuff in here too. I really do need to make some redstone torches or lamps eventually, because it's really hard to even like say hypothetically keep this place secure, because you have mobs and stuff that just sort of just I'm just gonna say it, like you could be AFK down here and then suddenly a creeper just, you know, destroys stuff because it just spawns in based on the light levels. This is kind of hard for me as a technomancer, because if I do want to say have an area, because when I checked how other people come to my lab, I can't tell if it's like, you know, bright enough or is it too dark, because I naturally have night vision. So I can see everything down here. It's just I'm not sure if the environment isn't too bright, because it comes off as very dark. I mean, I don't mind darkness. It's just you don't know what's lurking down here. It's sort of like, yeah, I might have good eyes, but a creeper could still blend in with a few cogs and a few casings over there, and I just didn't see him. He could just be ready just to stalk me and then destroy hours of what I've built. And then I gotta place down the shafts and place down the mechanical belts like nothing has happened. Sometimes it's really hard to keep up with a professional image, because if you even try to think about doing that, you're just gonna exhaust yourself even further. I'm just gonna say things happen. Like, sometimes you can't stop everything, you can only reduce it. Or mitigate the blow. That's what they say. Mitigate the blow. And since we did mine out this huge area here with the drill and adding more light and everything, this would just make the experience more refreshing. Because now that we have extended the areas out further, because I'm not sure why I'm breaking this. Maybe because I'm thinking about trying to do the whole floor, but I know doing the whole floor would take a while, and it would probably require me to invest into making a sugarcane farm so I can make paper, and then somehow try to get leather, but I'm not sure how we're going to get leather, because leather comes from cows. Right? Because phantom membranes would be a good idea, but I really have to see, like, how are we going to get more leather? Because it seems like the only way you can get more leather is through actual leather. Like, that would actually mean I'll have to still, you know, breed cows together. Like, I still need cows. But that's if I want to make a mob farm that just only slaughters cows, and then the meats and stuff I can just deposit in the trash, but only keep the leather, because the farm will be consistent, like it automatically, you know, feeds them, but That's if I have a ton of wheat somewhere and I constantly keep giving them wheat every day, or somehow the wheat farm itself has to be so massive, like astronomically massive, where if I can just feed like at least one baby cow, then I can have a few like grown cows already, and then you still gotta wait for another whole tick just to get more leather. But that's gonna be quite grueling and brutal, because getting leather like that isn't that easy unless you actually have leather or have a cow farm. I wish there was something where you can make something to get leather where it still uses automation and it's a lot less cruel ways to get leather. Like, like immersive engineering. Immersive engineering has its own leather. Like, you have synthetic leather, but it still works as normal leather. It's just more affordable. Or if we have like zombie farms or using zombie spawns for rotten flesh, is there a way for us to use like certain materials and it turns into leather, and then you can somehow have a zombie farm with that piece of material, and then you have an indefinite leather farm? Because I know rotten flesh can be converted to something else instead of just being just flesh that's just rotten, take up inventory space. Like, the only thing I could see myself feeding rotten flesh is a wolf. Means that's if you just want to make a lot of babies with the wolf, just to have increased protection. But you know how they turn out, unless you got to give them some wolf armor or somehow give them perks and everything so they can remain strong and healthy. I mean, it would have been nice to have a wolf in my laboratory, but again, he wouldn't really know like what the machines do, and they're very dangerous because you don't know what you're going to be entering, because you're entering a facility that utilizes a lot of pneumatic pressure and a lot of kinetic energy. So it means anybody can get crushed by the cogs and the friction of the machinery, which makes it very dangerous. But it's kind of odd that I am operating in a very dangerous environment, but yet seem content with what I've built. Because if I accidentally slipped and do something, because I actually did, I intentionally threw myself into a crushing wheel, and it destroyed everything, even my experience. And I'm just saying to myself, if anybody really wants to be in my lab, think again. Like, it may look cool, but if you try to enter in with anything that's overpowered, strong, or anything that's just, very expensive, you're not going to have it for a while. You're going to definitely lose it, because the machines don't care if you spend hours on something. All these machines do is operate what they're intended to do. And that's what I'm saying. They're kind of just ruthless. Like, they might be peaceful machinery, but they're ruthless. And I think I can move this down a little bit further, because I think it's just going to be breaking on the side. Yeah, it's going to be very hard. I mean, if you look at how the drill is like dressed in a particular way, it makes me do want to put up like a minecart assembly and maybe add like a few more of these drill heads to it, because I know there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I probably might be able to extend maybe like 2 more to keep it even. Or maybe let's see, because a 16 by 16 would be abnormal. It would probably be like a very tall drill just to have. A very tall drill. But if I keep it wide, it mines out a wide area. So if I have, 5 here, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that means 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means 5 times 4 is 20. So I will need a total of 20 more mechanical drills. 20 more. And I think I might be able to make those too. And then connect them with the glue. And then we got ourselves an upgrade. I know we still need some levers because we be using the minecart assembler. Plus, I do gotta see if it's, you know, going to do what it's supposed to do. Because I do have that feeling where it might also may not work either. Because if I do put more of those mechanical drills up there, will it still move the unit forward? It's sort of like I'm trying to understand like the logic behind it. Plus, I do have that thought of still trying to learn about making the andesite farm, but right now we have those tanks and things filling up. And we try to get some wood, because we do have to strip some wood down. Gotta make sure there's no creeper in here. But again, you can tell that I'm very chatty today, because there's probably like a lot of things I could learn. Like, there's a lot of things I can learn. But it's just insane. Okay. Because all I just need is like enough just to... I really can't believe it requires like a lot. Because I need at least 20. But I'd have to see if I even have enough to do 20. Plus, I still have to try to name what this video is going to be anyway. Because for one, it's going to require a lot of andesite alloy. Like, naturally, a lot of andesite alloy. That would mean I would have to spend more time basically mining under the water just to get some andesite. Because if we have an andesite farm, I could always just, you know, throw in some flint, and then we got ourselves some materials. And I don't have to go mining. I could just, you know, collect, craft, and boom. Because I think my goal is to probably like reduce all these errands I gotta go out. I think that's the goal. Like, we're gonna need lots of andesite alloy, like tons of it. That's if I can even try to make a stack of andesite, which that is crazy amount of andesite. And I know some of my friends here on this SMP. I told them that they're gonna have to like pay me a lot of andesite, because if you really like, that would probably be like a good help, because andesite is, they might say it's easy to get, but I'm just going to say create heavily depends on andesite. Andesite most of the time, because you're going to be making a lot of casings, and you're probably just making like some basic things work with, you know, advanced things, and vice versa. But I think right now I'm just going to harvest as much andesite that I can, because all I just need is at least like 6 stacks. Because if you do the math, you had to get at least 6 stacks. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 stacks. But this would technically mean I'm doing a lot more mining or more excavating than actually, you know, exploring. But I think that's one of the truths of, you know, playing very sophisticated mods. Because some mods, you know, force you to go out a little bit, explore, you know, check out the structures. Like, some of them encourage you to, you know, explore, while some, they want you to hollow out big areas and things like that. So I'm just gonna look at create as more so of a mod that kind of just encourages you to stay on your world a lot longer. Like you can't truly beat create, but you can only expand on your imagination with create. Because it's like once you run out of creative ideas with the mod, then that's when you're kind of like finished with create. But I know sometimes people do play create for like, you know, a long period of time. You have some that play like very briefly to probably to avoid burning out. Because I think create you can get burnout since it does tend to use most of your mind and your brain cells just to figure how kinetic energy works. And also, I do need to cover some of these things up because I don't want people to accidentally like break these, you know, the pipes because it took me hours to make. But yeah, I just know that this is gonna be a lot of andesite until I do eventually make the andesite farm because I know all it just needs is like, you know, crushing wheels. Like if I look in here, like see, this is what I have to make. This is whenever I'm in the nether, like completely in the nether. Then I can add like a pipe to it and it keeps filtering out of lava constantly. And then I add the gravel, and the gravel I could literally just make like a whole nother crusher next to the general one, make it to just gravel, and then use the flint that I can get from, you know, from the other bank of storage from the overworld, bring the flint over, and then somehow funnel it all in there in the chest. Like, just gotta do like a lot of funneling, and then we get andesite. It means we passively collected andesite without actually having to break every block again. So if you think about it, the longer that we continue using tools like this, like pickaxes, shovels, axes, and swords, the more primitive we tend to feel. It's like the game wants you to upgrade and start using different things. Because if you don't use different things, then you're kind of just stuck at stage one. So it's going to naturally push you along the curve to make you learn more, do more, and explore more with Create. Because there is technically a lot of things to explore with the mod other than just, you know, just build a, I'll say just to build a elevator or something like that. Create has a lot of things you can do with. But it just depends on where you're investing your ideas into to make them matter. Like, some people might look at my create builds and they might look at it's pretty primitive, it's counterintuitive, and things like that. Yeah, they're right about that. It might have some flaws, but what matters is the experience itself, like the takeaway from all of this. Because what I'm getting from this is I'm learning something. See, because it feels interesting to me because I just love learning. I love learning new things. Because if I sit here and keep filling with something that's the same for like years or decades or whatever, it's just going to lose its charm. It's going to feel like I already know what it does and there's nothing to challenge me. I need friction. I need a little bit of resistance with how things are understood and taken because I can like say play with a mod that's interesting. I may not know too much about it, but it's best to give it a try. That's why I do mod showcases. Because if I do mod showcases, then I'm showing like the joy and I'm showing the joy of what it's like to explore different things. Because there's a ton of mods on the internet. Like some people haven't even heard about certain mods. But when I do bring up to the light and just show you like what it does or what it's capable of, then you'll know, and then you'll see that the mod community is actually a very it's a very big community. Like, there are a ton of mods on the internet. Like, there's tons of mods to showcase. Like, I will never run out of content at all because there will always be mods everywhere. Like, old ones, forgotten ones, obsolete ones, they all matter. And then it's like, what's the point of me trying to chase the next trend when I already have like tons of mods on the page that kind of just give me substance every time? And it makes you question, like, why would some people try hard just to change their niche? Unless they're looking at the niche, it's very grindy or it's too repetitive and it's not paying them something. I'm really trying to understand it. Like, some people look at long form videos being very say boring or something. I'll say they do have a point. Yeah, my playthroughs might be boring. But what matters is it's all about the experience, because you have people that genuinely probably wants to slow down, or they probably just want to, they probably just want the game to run, and they just go and tend to their like real life things in the background, because we all have a life. Like, we all have lives to live. I might I might just be grinding for like long periods of time, but people might look at me like I need to go touch grass. But to tell you, I did mow the lawn today, the front and the back. So yeah, I did spend time outside too. But I think it's just the way on how we go on about our lives. I think that's the only grounded take I have, is just based on how we continue with our lives as people. But again, I'm just going to say it's a humbling experience once you like put in the time and just thinking about it. It can feel very rewarding. And where did I place my because I do need like because I know I placed all of them. I think the weed is doing it again. I think the weed is actually getting to me, because yeah, because I'm actually supposed to be looking for a smart shoot, but again, I might have misplaced it, or it's actually there. It's just I'm just not picking up on it, because my eyes are really playing games with me. And I thought I thought I had like an extra shoot somewhere. I think I might have like accidentally like put some away. All right, so this is probably, I think this is like a smart way to like filter. Okay. How many do we get? I know we get like a lot of iron nuggets from that. Okay. I think that's probably good enough, because I do have to calculate like how many andesite alloys do we actually need. And I know once we like remove like, or we just utilize like one full ingot, we already get like tons of nuggets out of it. So it's like I gotta factor in the math. Like, look at that. See, even a few just spilled out of my inventory. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be messy. This is not gonna be like some clean playthrough all the time. Like, you can't polish everything. Like, you can polish certain things, but you can't edit out life. And I'm just going to keep saying that, because you literally can't edit out life. You can't edit it out. It's part of the experience. Some people might say it's necessary, but you can't. You might think you can, but in reality you can't. It just continues on like a normal day, or a normal, everyday to day life, because you just can't skip it. now we have more andesite alloys. That does make making wood and everything a lot more easier too. So now that we have the amount of mechanical drills, this just makes the unit wider because we're making it even, because even Steven. Plus I did want to keep it here, but that will also mean I will have to install a cart assembler just to make some adjustments, because we have to adjust the unit. And you can see I also destroy like some of the blocks around it too, which is quite interesting. But since I'm actually going to try to fix this or make some modifications, see, that lifts. Now it's a full block. We got the glue, drill. Okay. See, I had to try to see how many can this thing keep, can produce. Because I know it needs, like, power, and it can be moved just by a simple contraption. But I have to actually see. Because this is, in fact, a learning experience. Okay. Because I can't tell. Because I know I gotta glue like a big area. The glue is applied. And... okay. Alright, this. Yeah. We gotta wait for that to lift. And then you collect it. There we go. But now, the drill is wider. But I gotta see, like, what's gonna happen, because I don't know. Because I never tried a wide drill before. So now that we placed it, you can actually see, like, oh no. You can actually tell, like, one of the sides is still pretty short. This one has 4 over here. This one has 4 over here. This one has 2. Okay. You know what that means? I'm gonna have to install more on the left side. Oh, that's hilarious. No, not that one. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I'll just say I just kind of goofed off with that one a little bit. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to add 10 more of those. But this would also mean I'd be able to cover more of the ground too. But I wouldn't even know, like, how many blocks it would break in that in that direction or in that stance or anything like that. I'll probably say it's going to probably be a lot, because it may not even be a 16 by 16. I mean, even if it's like what, an 8 by 8 or a 9 by 9, it's still like a crazy measurement. Because look how wide it is. This is what? If I count now, this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is a 11 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 11 by 5. That's almost a chunk destroyer. Literally almost a chunk destroyer. Okay. Now no, I want to pick you up. There we go. And now we can, hopefully, I'm not sure if it's going to take up more energy from the contraption itself, because I do have to be mindful, because this is my, in fact, first time learning about Create and how it's utilized to the minimums and the maximums, because this stuff is interesting. Oh, so it works even like that. Nuts. So that means I can definitely make, what, a 16 by 16. put this on because it might come across lava. Just gotta do it for safety reason. But this is a 11 by 5. That's crazy. If I made it a 16 by 16, the area would be dug out easily. Or a whole tunnel burrowing. Look at us go. So I'm really trying to see how big do I want this place to even be. Because it seems like I can make this area very large, whatever I feel. Let me just get... Let me see. Nothing here. Okay. Look at all that cobble deep slate, man. Diamonds. If I could even get like tons of monulite if I could. Which I do see that as a possibility. Because it is possible. I might be able to probably like stop at that location. But I do have to see if I have like any monulite or anything in here. Okay. Okay, I think this might be a good part too. Yeah. Because we are getting a lot deeper into this cave like very fast. But look at this. We made this area even wider. And if I make it a 16 by 16 and verticals, it'd be crazy. Like, look at this. This is if I ever want to sub at 11 by 5. It's crazy work. Alright, I'm going to put down that drill. Because you can see, we have tons of stuff in here. And I might as well just make it a little bit swift to like get to emptying this stuff here, because there is a lot of stuff in that chest. Because it's like once you make stuff with create, you're sort of just you sort of just like ahead. It's like, I wish I could like say it in sentences, but I could. I'm just saying, it's just, I could say it's just overwhelming, because it's like, there's a lot of things to take from this. A lot of things. Like, we literally made a 11 by 5 drill, which can cover like a good amount of, I'll say, chunk. If I made what, a 16 by 16, now that is nuts. So it also makes me think about building a 16 by 16. Like, it feels like I'm getting that sophisticated now. Like, I'm like, you know what? I think I should make a 16 by 16 drill for this little thing, but we got a big drill that somehow just exists, just borrowing everything. And I don't even care. It's probably just for the absurdity of it, because of how absurd it is. Because once I make it to a 16 by 16, you know what that means, right? That would definitely mean we'd be burrowing into the chunk. We could literally destroy a whole chunk. Thanos snap a chunk. Like, say for example, I don't like the look of the mycelium island over there. I can literally just put a drill on it, and it just destroys all the mycelium on it. It's crazy work. And also, I do know I'm going to have to place some iron plates or, you know, industrial iron just to put indicators to let myself know, like, don't go beyond that point, or else you're going to, like, you know, make a whole underground area very big, and then the lab is not going to feel like a lab. It's going to feel more like a little ant colony that somehow burrowed outside and they just saw the whole river and saw, like, lakes and streams. I would say from an ant's point of view, I would say a marking on the sand feels like a whole dam, while an actual river in real life is more so like the ocean to them. Oh my goodness. I'm tripping. See, this is what happens when I'm on that cannabis, man. I tend to think more abstractly and more hilariously. But I do know that I gotta get that andesite, and I gotta make more of that mechanical drill because I am thinking about making that 16 by 16, and making that 16 by 16 would definitely be something fun to do. And I do see that creeper, okay, a few creepers around here, because again, there's lack of light, and this is why I definitely need those things, because I don't want creepers to come in my lab and destroy anything that I spent hours on, because I don't want them to get stuck in my machines either. Like, look at all these creepers. You can see it takes a little while to like fire the potatoes. Get away from me. I'm trying my best to add as much light as I can down here, but they're just everywhere. But it does feel like shooting down some mobs with some fruits and vegetables. But yeah, I do need to like clear most of this area out. He brings a bow to a potato launcher fight. Who would win? It seems like the person with the potato cannon. Oh my goodness. I'll say the potato cannon is useful in a sense. I mean, it does damage. It has like, what, 5 attack damage? But I think it's through like shooting means, not like actual melee. Can I shoot bats with this? I think I can. Let me shoot this bat. Hey, stop weaving my potatoes. Oh, I got him. That was hilarious. But, again, I have fun with the potato cannon. But I'm still gonna go up there and make the, I'm gonna go up there and make the 16 by 16 drill. But I gotta use cart assembler, lever, and then put it together. And then we got ourselves an abomination of a burrowing machine or a chunk destroyer. A mechanical or an engine-powered chunk destroyer. That would be hilarious. Imagine just wanting to like burrow into something, then you just destroy a whole 16 by 16 just with a furnace and a minecart, and it's gonna be absurd, because if all it takes is just to make a drill, and then you just keep expanding it until you reach very, very high or strange numbers, it's just gonna become very trippy. Like, the numbers are just gonna be astronomical. Like, very astronomical. Like, that would be, what's the point? That's what I'm saying. Like, what is the point of mining? Like, what is the point? It would technically mean, if I ever think about making a humongous drill, that's if I want to build on that island over there. I might be able to build on that island over there. But if I do that, it's just going to be very absurd. Like, it's just going to be a very big drill, a small body of a drill, but the drill itself, it's like I'm trying to think of a joke. Like, I mean, I'm not much of a vulgar person, but the joke is there. It's like you have a very itty bitty small car or itty bitty little, punch car or whatever. Those little tiny cars, like the smallest car that you can think of in the existence. And then you just attach like a big piece of metal in front of your vehicle that somehow, and then somehow it can still break. It could still break the stone off the walls, but in reality, the car will be floating, and that big drill is just going to be heavy on the ground, barely moving. It's literally like an ant. Like that's pretty much what it feels like. And sometimes when I do think like this, it's sometimes it's trippy. It's just insanely trippy. Oh my goodness. So I think I'm going to have to try to get the cut assembler, the lever, and glue. And we have glue right here. All right. So now we're going to go ahead to that island over there. I would say as like a temporary spot just to set up the drill. I mean, I could build it in this lab because I could, but I think for the lab, I'm really trying to see can this like actually house 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't even think this drill will probably be too large, so large that it might cover this whole area here. So that would mean I would have to swim over there. I would have to go to another part of an island somewhere and just build it and just see how, like, just look at how absurd it is. And I think you could also destroy wood as well. Means I could literally destroy a whole forest. But I don't know if I really want to do that too. I mean, it's very, very, very sophisticating too. I mean, I don't really want to damage environments because that's not my thing. But if it's for a scientific purpose, then I do see why. So let me swap on my shaders just because I'm just in the mood to. I'm just in that mood. Uh, oh, this is gonna be hilarious. But I hope I really don't like destroy like a lot of stuff. Because I'm not reckless. It's just I'm just experimenting the drill. It's sort of like you're trying to learn a little bit. Like this is what 11 by 5. So if I make it any bigger, like insanely bigger, which it can be, I'm just going to put you right here. There we go. I will have to build a lot of you, in which I might have make like another crafting table. But you can actually see like that drill actually took like a lot of time to build. Like a lot of time. And plus, since I need what? 16? Because this is like only 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That means it will still be an odd number. Ah. So that means I gotta put what? 20. That means I gotta get 20 again, but it'll be 21. Right? No. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. See, then you already have 15. Then for 16, it will basically just be a lopsided drill, realistically. That's what it would mean, unless you actually have to, that is crazy work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It seems like it's more so like 5 on these sides. That's what it sounds like. It's like 11, 13, 15. Yeah. Let me just go ahead and make that 20. Because it seems like the idea is quite abstract and very trippy sometimes. But it's an idea. It's a very good idea. just to experiment to see what my mind is capable of learning. But at the same time, I'm really just like seeing like how will this drill like even operate? Like that's crazy for it to operate like that. Like it just casually just breaks just breaks a lot of the blocks like in one go. Like that's I think that's how I'm viewing the absurdity of it. And yeah, I do notice that I'm gonna have to make some more of those pieces. Yeah, so that means we gotta get some more andesite alloy. No problem. Gotta get some more andesite. So now we got 20. And this is what? Yeah, connected. So I have to do this. Like, you can literally make this drill very wide. Like, it really just makes it very convenient. Like, look at this. This is 15 by 5. That's if I just want to go ahead and make a 15, but if you even think about making a 15, that would also mean I will also have to make even more. And then it would just be a big drill. A big drill, but a very small body. Oh, it will just be hilarious. Very hilarious. Let me just lock in this drill, and we're gonna go under the ground with it to see like how it reacts and how it performs. Because with all those pieces, oh, my apologies. I gotta remove this. It should be glued to the structure. Okay. Okay, I think that's why they put it there. But they will definitely see, like, Devi has been working on the create mod again. They all know that I've been working on it. Like, if I'm able to like do that, and I might have turn off the shaders. Yeah, I might just turn them off for now. But they're gonna know that I'm gonna do something very trippy or crazy or something. I mean, I just love to have fun because I just want to see like what can my brain can think of next. Because I think ever since when I was a child or when I was a kid, I used to have a very vivid imagination. I always have imaginations. I always wondered, I always think, I always try to learn something new. I always had that intuition to like learn something. And then I think as I got older and then became more observant and start to see like the true picture of things, it's sort of like it sort of like went away. Like, or it's because I probably forgot the feeling of the wonder of like what I used to have when I was a child. So now that I am basically playing the game the way I wanted to play, it feels fun. But it may not be the same type of fun like a child would. A child would actually think of like something, like they can think of something imaginary and it just works. Like, I remember that feeling, but it's so long ago. It kind of feels foreign or just old, or it just felt like it lost its, its weight over time or due to time. So let me just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay, I mean it would be right here, that size. But yeah, I'm still happy and content that I enjoy this game. Many people may, agree or disagree with most things, but this is my passion. And I can't believe we're actually now harvesting or breaking through all these chunks. And I know we're going to be collecting a lot of stuff in a flash. Okay, what happened here? Did something get stuck? Ooh. Okay. What happened here? Is something stalling? Okay, that took a little longer. That is very unusual. It's like it paused for very, like, kind of strange. But look at this, though. We are covering a lot more ground. But I'm really trying to see, like, do I really want to make this area any bigger than what it needs to be? Unless I just want to make, what? Some more automation machines for, like, the rose quartz. Because I am thinking about doing something with that. Because I'm really tired of just crafting polished rose quartz and then sanding it and making electron tubes, unless I want to make a machine that automatically does that. I don't even know how far we're in the drill, because we also gotta like count, like, to see like how many blocks it has like released. There we go. But look at all this experience. And the more we keep digging out, and there is lava here too. I'm not sure if this should be like good enough just to at least just have something to work with. Because if we do this again, we might hit the lava, but at least we'll know where our laboratory, starts and where it stops. Because it's going to be a very big, area. And look at this. We found some monulite. I'm just saying, it's just going to be a lot, man. Then I got to know, like, then I probably got to, like, do this side and fix that side. Then I got to check the drill again. And I got to make more torches again. It's just going to be like a lot of cleaning. And I think if I do want to change out this floor, I think I could just, make rollers, and I can try to make like a machine that still gets powered up by like my hand cranks and such. And all it just rolls, and it just changes it into polished deep slate or whatever flooring of my choice. At least I made flooring a bit easier. And that means I technically did a flooring job. Be kind of funny that I learned how to do a flooring job with literal kinetic energy. But again, this stuff is pretty humbling. Like, once you spend the time, learning how these systems function and how they work, you'll definitely get the hang of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because it can only go around 8. And then let me check the drill. Because look at all this. Because I don't think... Like, I know I had something to do today. I know. I had a plan. But ever since I took those, those gummies, I kind of just thinking of, like, other things. Because there is a lot to do. I mean, like I said, I can make a 16 by 16, but that's going to be crazy. And then if you do make a 16 by 16, I'm actually breaking more blocks, and then I might even expose even more things around the lab. But it would be a tall looking lab though, but I don't know if I really want to make it any like taller or any wider or anything. Because if I keep making the environment taller and wider, then what is the point of having all that access space? Unless I want to plant farms down here and move the farms from up there to down here, then you'll definitely see a whole change in the environment. You might see me work with, nether warts, and then start up a nether wart farm and add a brewery. Then we have an alchemy that actually works with create. It's just gonna be like a lot of things that I can just it's just gonna be a lot of things that I can literally just do. Like lots of things to do. Like I can make a roller, I could build like a contraption for a roller, but that's if I want the roller to probably be similar to the drill, but it's a roller, it still gets powered up by like a contraption with like minecart assembly, and all it just takes all the, like, say it that would also mean it would have to drill like the old it would have to drill the old and then replace with the new, and it's just going to keep creating ideas for me. And the more ideas I have, the more and more crazier I get when it comes down to making things come into existence. And I think that's how people were able to make, like, very complicated it's sort of like that's how they learn to make very complicated systems and such. Like, they didn't really like know it yet until they spend a little more time with the machinery, and then once they do something with the machinery, then they're like, they get it. And then that's why you see all these absurd builds and things that kind of just look like it looked like it took like hours to figure out. But in reality, it's about intuition, because it's sort of like, I'm just going to say anything is art. Like, anything can be art. Like the drill, for example. The drill may be seen as a tool, but it's also art, because it shows like how much you put onto the machinery to increase evolution forward. It actually shows like true grit. It just feels like true grit when it comes down to learning these things, because you can actually use that type of skill for most jobs, I believe. Because I think if I, sat with a project for a while and I just can't do the project because I get stressed out from other things such as the internet and this and this and that, then they're just gonna look at you as unfit for the I guess to do the function that they want you to do. But if you just, spend time and practice and you make mistakes in which it happens, and you just have to acknowledge that's part of the experience, then you're fine. You'd be okay. You'd be great. And to tell you guys the truth, some people might think I might not be the most intelligent or not the most smartest. That's fine. I just view life a little bit differently. And I don't tie that to myself. I just kind of just be myself. And sometimes I do. Normally when I type or text, it sounds a lot more heavier, but when I speak, it sounds different too. It's like my speech and my writing. I would say my thinking is a little bit different than my speaking. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, it's breaking a lot of that gravel that keeps building up there. But This is what I'm talking about. I could literally let the drill go on and on and on, just breaking chunks. Like, I could probably let it run for a while. But realistically, if we keep burrowing into these tunnels and things like that, we don't know if it's like gonna cause like any more damage or things like that. It's like I gotta still be mindful. But this is a lot of gravel we're harvesting. Alright. I mean, I can always just make it where I can just, break it a little bit further into the wall. Oh, look, a slime. Cute little slime. Yeah, you look adorable. I mean, you're made out of some sort of matter, but you look adorable. I really never give compliment to the slime, but he somehow caught my attention. And don't tell me if that's lava up there. Because we are close to lava anyway. But I think infinite lava, I don't think it would work here because it would definitely get drained out immediately. But I think I think a hose pulley can still be favorable to a certain degree. They might still be favorable, but I don't know. I'm going to do this for like a few more times until I get to here, possibly, because we are clearing out bigger chunks just by going into the drill and then rinse and repeat and then keep doing it. This just makes it very relaxing. Like, I really don't have to like mine anymore. Like, look at all that cobble deep slate. Okay, now we're crossing some lava, because I did say we're going to be encountering lava. And somehow I'm going to have to, like, filter through it. Come on. Are you going to keep moving? Okay, cool. Okay, I think it's breaking the gravel. I wish there's something where you can like try to block out the lava, but I don't think it works like that. But this drill is definitely immune, but the player isn't. And look at that cute slime. I wish we could actually interact with the crafting table too, but yeah, that's the unfortunate reality. Okay, so how much? So we have one. We have 3 pieces of monolite. We are getting closer to maybe getting a set, but I really gotta see how that set works though, because I know it's made out of magical properties. But I just gotta see if it can, like, tolerate kinetic energy. Okay. Look at all this room. But it feels very well earned for all the times that I have spent, you know, putting these machines together and learning how the machines work, it feels quite rewarding just to see, like, you know, it's like I'm slowly, like, being more comfortable every day when I play this. And that's the good thing. It just feels so comfortable. Like, I can just go into here and then do it again. But I do know I gotta, like, clear out this inventory and the chests, because I still keep thinking about if I should make, like, vaults. You know, use vaults instead, and it can only, like, collect, like, particular blocks. That would probably help save a little bit of time. But I do know I have to, like, at least keep a few blocks around, because I'm pretty sure it still pulls from the list, and it might still save it and then picks it back up. What I'm trying to say is, this can be overwhelming. Just gotta keep a few blocks in there, because it's still probably feeding off of those blocks from the inventories. Like, we can also make the drill place sand back down. We can make it place down nether quartz. We can make it place down, like, any other block that goes beneath it. But it's sort of like you still gotta, like, keep at least, like, a few things on you. But I think if I do change out the chests for vaults, it would mean the inventory would be stacked a lot more differently instead of chests, but it will also mean it will be more, it might be more space, because I could probably put, like, I could put probably like a 3x3, like, literally, like, right here, and just connect it to the belts and everything. And that already be, like, what? One storage compartment, or maybe, like, 4 chests on it. It would just be probably just be a huge buffer of items in there. And then if I want to pull them out, I'm going to have to use chutes, or, you know, portable interfaces to do it. But it would definitely show, like, you know, the complexity of everything. It would definitely show a lot. But I can't believe this drill has now officially made finding Monulite a lot easier, but also helps us with our further objective, which is the train. Because I know the train is going to be, like, something that we're going to have to spend time, you know, analyzing and making and building. Because we still got to, like, figure out on how can we make the train go from point A to point B. And I never built a train before. Like, seriously, I rode a train, but I never built one. And I'm not sure if building a train is a lot harder than, like, making a drill. But if it feels easy, then I'm literally just awoke from sleeping. It would just mean there would just be a lot of things I can do. Because my imagination can go beyond. Okay, that might have went into the wall too much, but I'm gonna say I'm satisfied with it. And look at this. You can actually see there's like a like little ravine here, meaning there was like a little cave system here. You can literally, like, start seeing how this drill can wipe, like, can literally clean, like, good amount of space. Because it's like the more it keeps mining, the more you keep finding. It's just very surreal. And then if I open it back up and look at what I have acquired from that, and if we, or when I continue through this, going through the lava wall and everything, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to figure out like how to dissipate all that lava, because that is like a lot of lava. But I'm just gonna be saying it would technically mean we have officially accessed a lot of things, and that would mean my pacing would be very, very efficient. Because look at all this lava. I would say for me to even get rid of this lava, I would have to use a rope pulley or a hose pulley. I probably may have to use a hose pulley just to pull this lava out. But it seems like I also got to be realistic with like what we got here. Because I think I remember back in the day, I remember all these lava blocks used to be here. We had I think it was like survival craft. What I remember was I used to do this. I used to be like, if I want all the lava to go away, I had to place down each and every block of that fluid source. And I thought it did the trick. I actually spent hours doing this when I was literally a child on a tablet, and I was just trying to get rid of the lava, get rid of the water in the ocean. Like, I actually cleared a whole, or I would say like a quarter of an ocean. I probably like cleared like like a few pieces of the ocean. And then I was like, wow. And then now that I'm thinking about it now, it's quite crazy how I actually had that much patience. Like, I literally had that much patience as a child. It's quite astounding. It's like you never knew how patient. It's like you never knew how patient you really were until it, like, you know, came into view as an adult. I know the zombies probably like saying, "What are you doing? Just come down here and just, you know, fight me." I mean, does everything gotta result in violence? I mean, I understand, but I don't like being violent. I mean, self-defense is different from being violent. I would say it's controlled violence. I think that's what it means. Yeah, I think that's what that means. I think it means controlled violence. Not serious violence, but controlled violence. Self-defense sounds like, you know, controlled violence. I'm using controlled violence. That sounds weird in a police report. But yet, this is what I had to use to do, though. But luckily for us, we are wearing these thermal suits, so I'm definitely using the benefit of them. It might seem like I'm being very primitive here, but I'm just going to say this is highly intentional, because it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And I'm pretty sure in real life they did something like this. They had to like cover the source and then it just starts stopping. Oh man, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Other than just laughing. But see, this is how we used to clear up those pits. We had to do it that way. But Create did that, but Create wants to use the hose pulley because it sucks up the fluids around it in an instant, but you still got to set up kinetics. So it basically just made one thing easier and such. And I think if I put the drill, I think in this hallway, because see, it's going towards like where the hypertubes is. I mean, I can literally add like a train system down here, but it's going to be weird because the hypertubes, it's kind of hard to tell where the hypertube's at because it's sort of like the lines. It's sort of like the lines and such. Like, I don't know particularly where the because see, they're going this way. My hypertubes might be more, I guess, to the like surface. I don't know. I'm just thinking because if I continue the drill, you know, through all this, just continue the drill, and what happens is I have to somehow collect a lot of this ore and whatever here. But this would technically mean we would have a lot of ore. Lots of ore. Lots of minerals. Technically mean a lot of minerals. Might even make a roller just to replace all these blocks with, you know, industrial iron or something. But that's going to be a very big project. I do see that as becoming a very big project I would do. And I see creepers over here. But I'm just going to see how far we can probably get this drill to go. And then relax. I think for now, I probably just maybe just relax. You know, just let the drill run. Sort of like until, and then I stop at my destination. Or maybe when I get close to where the hypertube station is. So people can take the hypertubes. But once I add the train station down here, it's going to be very strange. Unless I really want to like put like an elevator up here, and then the elevator just comes up and down. But that would also mean the train would kind of just be underground. But as if anybody wants to catch the train underground, then they're probably going to tell me to build a level train station or something where it somehow comes off the surface and then comes on the surface. I'm just thinking of many possible things that can go because it can continue. So let me just, and luckily for us, it also covers like whatever gets stuck in. So that means we might get our hands on some more Monulite then. But I'm still pretty unsure if the chests are going to like overflow. But this is rich. Like, just keep the drill going for like who knows when. Since we're like deep underground anyway, it probably wouldn't even matter. But I think the only downside is the back tank, based on like how long I can be in the lava. That's probably like the only thing that's a struggle, unless I want to like create like tons of netherite back tanks, just to stay in the suit longer, or just drink lava resistance potions. I am thinking though, if we, I'm not even sure we can like carry fluids, or like have like little dispensers, you know, where the drill can also operate as like a mini functional like brewery on the go, where you also have a little brewery, and then you just sit there and just put your potion in there, and then you just drink, and then you just chill. Like a self-serve area. But that would probably be that would definitely be like very different. The zombie's just saying like, what am I doing in this drill? Look at that, a block of raw iron. And I think as it continues and goes on, I think it's still gonna like filter through things like normally. Look at the zombie. I'm not sure if I want this to run like a few longer. And it does slow down, so I have to sometimes like trigger it on and trigger it off. But I would say this night vision does make it easier for me to see, but at the same time, it's also based on brightness too. Like, I can definitely see under here, but if anybody's taking, like, say my train, I don't want them to somehow get bombarded with creepers and such, you know, because I don't want them to get scared by a creeper. I'd rather have light down here, but it's too hard to tell because everything is so, you know, bright. But yeah, for me it's bright, but it's dark as hell. Like, even when people come down to my lab, it's dark. Naturally, immediately dark. That's an interesting echo. It's like I am actually striking at some ore. I guess this is how underground railroads kind of work too. They have to use drills and they have to use drills to get underneath the concrete and the dirt and everything. And this is how, you know, for example, you know, they got one from, I think, North Carolina, and it probably just goes right under Virginia, and then somehow, I don't know too much about railroads or anything, but it's somewhere about the Underground Railroad. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. But it's recreated in Minecraft instead of just the, you know, manual labor. Hey, zombie. Get off my ride. Yep. And you can see, like, it's like giving us almost like it's like an entire stack in a it floods really fast. Like, I could have like a filter system. Like, you see, if I had the vaults on here instead of the chests, it would hold more. Hey, look at all those zombies. Yep. I guess they're just gonna chase me for my wealth then, huh? While I'm just passively collecting whatever that comes from this journey. They're seriously hitting me? Am I being robbed by zombies right now? Yeah, these zombies are trying to rob me. They're trying to rob me. We were getting robbed by zombies. Look at all those mobs. If I do use vaults, I probably won't be able to see this chest or see what's contained in it. That's probably the only downside. Unless they should add something where we can, like, see the storage, but it's gonna be kind of hard for me to, like, read what's in it. Unless there's, like, something in there. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it could be something that I can work with. And what's happening? Are the chests full? I think maybe that's why it's behaving that way. Because it gets full so fast, it probably can't excavate any more things. But this does create a lot of mess. If you just, like, keep thinking about it. Because you are passively collecting. Like, look at all this cobble deep slate. A person that loves building will actually love that astounding amount of deep slate. Like, I can literally just sit here for like 8 minutes and just collect enough deep slate just for somebody that probably wants a theme made out of deep slate. But I'm trying to see the Monulite here. I think I already have enough to make what? A helmet? This is enough to make the boots. Then I gotta continue on a little further down the hole. I think you can also let the drill continue on even without your supervision, but the problem would be is somehow you're going to have to get that drill back just for it to drop off anything else, to collect anything else for your journeys. Or you can probably, like I said, make a train, because if I make a train and I, you know, kept it going, then maybe and be able to drill more things and hold more things. But that would mean I'll actually have a train designed for mostly for that case. I think I might be better off with a drill. But I think for a train I would probably just use it for transporting, you know, maybe people or goods. And as I'm aware with server hosting and such, I'm not sure if all this mining is just going to increase the intensity or the load on the server that Harvey has set up. Because I know he has put in a certain amount of gigabytes here, but I'm not sure if this data that I'm creating from this drill is going to, like, you know, overwhelm the system, which is going to cause some system fluctuations. Look at all that tuff, though. I mean, if you even have like a crusher even installed here, I can literally have this be filtered. I think this is if I want to do the train. I think for the train, you can literally filter the stuff out. I could probably make this called deep slate go elsewhere or compact it into something else. And then the tuff gets converted into ingots and things, and then you can also possibly make, like, even the arms and stuff probably interact on the train too. It just gets crazier. It seems like there's a lot of things you can do with this mod. A lot of things. But you can definitely tell we're gonna have to clear more of that lava. And we're like roughly near the 2000 mark. Okay, I can see that it's not collecting any redstone. So yeah, I think it's only going to like filter to whatever the inventory is. Like, it's just messy. Like, I know we're getting diamonds, but I'm trying to see where's this monulite. I'm really trying to see, like, how far do I want this drill to go? Because if I let it go, it will be, we might be able to reach to that point. But I think the odd part would be I think the most odd part would be getting the train out from under here to the surface. Unless I have to somehow build some sort of bridge, in which I'm not a builder, but they can probably do something where they can try to improvise. And then once that happens, I can set up the train, and then the train can now go on the surface. Then I have to somehow make the train go all the way back to where it belongs, or back to its original, docking location. And then that's what you're gonna see. That system going. But that means that's still a lot of rails to place down, unless I make a train that somehow places maybe 5 rails ahead of itself, but it will also have to drill out I'm just saying a lot. I'm just saying I may have to make a machine just like this drill. Then it has to place rails in the back of it, and it just continues down the same setup here. And I still gotta go through the lava and everything until it has been completely changed over to the railroad. But that will also mean the bottom, I will have to do a lot of block sorting and a lot of, like, I gotta change out the walls, or maybe use deployers that can only place down particular blocks in a particular pattern. And I gotta drive the same force down there with another contraption. I'd be like, at least we set up that. It will probably be very absurd to set up, but I'm just gonna say that's a possibility. It'll be a crazy idea, but at least I probably have a lot on my mind. Six pieces of Monulite. A lot of diamonds. I think what catches me is a lot of diamonds. Meaning, we can get at least like 8 stacks of diamonds. I would say, if we keep going this route, it just continues and just keeps borrowing over and over. Because this world is indefinite. So, it would technically mean this thing will keep going until it gets whatever it wants. Unless I set up some particular rules where it can only pick up, say, it probably disposes or doesn't pick up any other block, but it might collect like a ton of cobblestone, deep slate, and it can only particularly place deep slate. But it dumps out some of that deep slate and keeps the particular amount in there, so it can constantly keep filling up. But I think from that alone, it's already overwhelming, because the system's going to keep flooding and such, and then the filters. Then you got to add tags to them just to see what they can and cannot pick up. It's just a lot to consider. So we already have 7 Monulite. Plus, I don't even know what I'm going to make this episode clearly about, since it's mostly just me just being in this drill and just mining. Like, we already have 7 pieces of raw Monulite. I don't think I'd be able to add a furnace in here, because it's just going to be like this crafting table. I can't really interact with anything because it's part of the entity. But I will have to do something. I'm trying to eat. But you can definitely see we have a lot of ore, experience, and a long ways to go back by foot. And I guess that's probably the only downside of this too. I still gotta place everything by foot. I still gotta do it manually. Even the machine might be able to walk for me and I don't have to move, but in the end I still have to walk all the way back there, or even trying to find the hypertube just to get back there. And then all you're going to see is a huge burrowing tunnel full of little lava areas, and somehow being confused with how can somebody go through lava without being burnt, and just questioning the reality of why am I doing this. But once all that gets put together, then there's just going to be a train track down here, and then I have to place down some rollers where it kind of just changes this flooring to polished or industrial iron or whatever that I have in my mind. I can change out the walls. I could probably make a particular drill that maybe breaks out particular sides. But that's just going to be a random thing to make though. But it'll probably just be used just to cover out particular areas. And there's some Monulite right there. But yeah, then I can fix it up, and then once that changes over, then we got ourselves like a very nice tunneling for the railroad. Yeah, you can actually make it faster. I think Power Rails probably just makes it extremely fast because it has the increased speed. I think that's why people will probably change it with, redstone blocks. But this one uses just particular blocks and just a furnace that just moves things forward. But getting back to my rabbit hole with the whole train system, if I do, or not if, when I make this train system, it's gonna basically be like this. See, I have to add all these rails, like 1,000 rails, to get to that location or to the floating island. It would be very odd just for me to edit this out and be like, okay, we're just gonna be standing right in this drill and just let it just continue. But what's crazy is if you just stand here and you just let it happen, you actually see the reality of this is what it's like to wait until you get to one location to the next location. You can't beat everything with edits, really. It's sort of like that's the reality of the grind. You have to literally continue. You may not want to, but that's the way it goes. But this is crazy because we're coming across every diamond chunk that I can actually see in my Minecraft existence. Look at all these diamonds. If somebody tells me, hypothetically, okay, I think it's taking a little longer to mine because it's probably what, obsidian? Or you call some monulite. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But we're getting a lot of diamonds. But when I continue this train system, I'm just going to say, what's the point of me wanting any ores or anything in particular? Because I'm just going to be thinking like this, like hypothetically like this. And plus, I might also make it where it breaks and then just places down whatever. Add like a safe flooring or something like that. But I think it's like, let me try and refresh my mind because I'm kind of glitching. Because once I set up this system, this whole train system that just goes from point A to point B without a problem, it's going to definitely I would say people will be coming by a lot though once I set up the train. But I think the issue would be is trying to have other thoughts of what I can build, because I know there's like a lot of stuff to build, with Create. You got schematics and things like that. Then I have to try to figure out like what else do I want to build, or what else do I want to make, because I already have a lab and I mostly stay stuck to the lab all the time. I don't really tend to explore a lot of things other than just be more of a person that just look at metrics and just acknowledge it. Yeah, you can definitely see there's a lot of cobble deep slate. Also, realistically, despite I'm wearing a diving suit that prevents fire immunity, in reality, if we even have a fire resistance potion, quote unquote, don't you know the potion would just be a food coloring with orange? And if you even drink it, fire resistance gives you immunity to like the burning sensation, right? But in reality, that would mean you have to give yourself a body high just to, or a painkiller that's so strong that it has to block out all of that excess heat. And heat alone is also invisible too. It's like actually energy that's, shining on your skin. That's also going to be like overwhelming. So you have to moderate that radiation that you feel every day from the sun. But you just can't feel your body at all. You'd be numb to that. And I think now I understand what they mean by why immortality would just suck. I'm just gonna say, well, you're gonna lose people you love over time. That's what's just gonna suck. But the other part is you're basically just going to see yourself get hurt, but so immune to the pain that it's like it doesn't hurt you, but it looks painful to your body. That's kind of what immortality looks like. It means a scar that can never heal. But I understand why people would do that. We are getting closer to the hypertube area. We're still like long ways to go. We have like overfilled on lapis, but we already have what, 8 pieces of monulite, raw monulite to be specific, and then I have to probably get say like 15 more. Like I need like 7 more, or I'll say I think the more I can get, the better, because I know there's more down in here, and I know we have passed some even through our mining trips. It means I may have to walk all the way back just to spot some raw monulite being exposed. But I know that I may have to take the hypertube back. But it would be quite strange just for me to just be back, coming by here, but deep underground. But the problem is, then I'm not gonna know like how deep underground am I. Then I gotta somehow make something that make the train go upwards, and which means I gotta make the rail somehow come up, or it's gonna be crazy work. Then you gotta make a train system, and it's a lot of work for me actually, if you think about it. Because if I actually have to like build this train system, it would mean I will have to basically, this continues. It's basically just like the hypertubes. Like, I have to literally do something like that. Literally have to sit there and mine for hours just to get it to work. And then this is the same thing like the hypertubes. Like me mining the stone over and over, but it's just covering chunks instead of just one by ones. I still have to add the rails manually back, and then still gotta make it go up a slope. I don't have a drill that can go up, or that naturally goes upwards, or even inclines. So it's pretty much like It gets to that point like, what's the point? That's the funny part. Alright. It's still going. I really want to see if we can come across some more Monulite. But you can definitely see, like, there's a lot of stuff we got here. Like, it's really hard to keep all this clean. But I think as this drill keeps going and updating, every time I take a step forward into a new area that isn't rendered underground, it's going to be a mess. And then the server would have to clean up all these chunks that I have created from this very machine. And we are breaking like tons of cobblestone. Like, it's like more than 64, but the way I was counting it, it was like we have like 15. I'm not sure, it's like a 15 by 5. Yeah, that is definitely like 60. Because I actually had to double check my math. But look at all these diamonds that we are getting. That is a lot of diamonds. Like, at this point, like, diamonds are basically just like iron. I mean, you can wear diamond armor all you want, but they're just so similar to iron. Like, I'm really trying to see, like, what other uses does it have? Because it feels like it can just be used as a decorative block. Like, I mean, it has, you know, high durability, right? But iron is just more valuable, and it actually has more uses. Like, realistically, diamond, it's tough. It's a tough mineral, but you don't really see nobody, you know, making anything out of diamond completely. Because we still use iron, because iron is more heavier. Diamond is more so like, you know, exquisite to what it looks, you know, based on its mineral makeup. And it seems like even if we try to clean it this way, we're still creating a bigger mess. But I'll say the drops are more uniformed versus scattered as if there was like a huge entity just breaking something. Not sure if the minecart needs any more fuel because it might be slowing down. Still no sign of any raw monulite yet? Because I know there's tons of it down here. What if I use shaders? Okay, I think that doesn't change much, but I would say at least the drill is doing what it's intended to do. Until I'm ready to stop it and then just get enough monulite and possibly make the armor, or just stop the drill to the point where it's like we get close to where the hypertube is, because that's still an area that people can go personally. But if people are going to be using the train more often just because of how I think based on like how cool it looks or how it's used in certain situations, then I do see that. But that means the hypertube would actually just be a memory of what I did. That's a lot of gravel. I mean, this place is filled with gravel. No wonder it feels like they say if you make a train, you can make it go faster and you can add drills to it. But again, I still gotta figure out this whole train system. And I think I need to maybe type train track. Let's look at that. A new type of rail design for train contraptions. Okay. To place rows of track in bulk, click on an existing track. Okay. Then place or select a second track. Oh, that's cool. How many blocks does it take up? Tracks can also be placed as turns or slopes. I think it's 3 blocks wide. Turn equally sized. That looks cool. I love the visual representation of the crack, of how, you know, the visuals are just interesting. Control, hold the sprint key while connecting. Okay. Will create the longest fitting bend instead. Okay. So that's if you hold control. Materials in the offhand will be paved under tracks automatically. Ah, interesting. So I don't have to actually place it. I can just hold it in my offhand and it just does that. It does the same thing automatically. Wow. That is so cool. I didn't know that. Oh yeah, we're learning now. Yeah, okay. So that's the track. Okay. We'll attempt to create a pair track on the other side. Okay. That is cool. Trains on this track are now to travel across dimensions. That's cool. That is very cool. Tracks stay functional outside of loaded chunks. Okay. Trains will travel through inactive sections of the world without issue. They will stop at stations or red signals. Okay. However, drills and other onboard machines will not operate. Oh, okay. Once near a player, the train will reappear. Oh, and that's the little system they're talking about. Diving boots are suitable. Grind shoes can use for rail grinding. I think this is for the grindy part. Right-click train tracks with an empty hand to start rail grinding. Okay. Okay, now we see the parakeets just grinding. Right-click train tracks with empty hand to stop rail grinding. I wonder why would anybody use rail grinding? Did a zombie just hit me? Yeah, you definitely just hit me. Let me just be to myself. Like, leave me alone. I was really into the train, and then I'm sitting here getting sidetracked by zombies. Because they probably just don't want me to learn nothing about the create. They're like trying to stop me from learning. Is that really it? Just, okay, hold shift space to catch rails. Let's see. Hold left shift to speed up. I'm really wondering, why would anybody even grind on a train rail? Because if you think about it, the human body, first of all, the human body cannot tolerate very high heat on the soles of their feet. Because that's a lot of friction. Tons of friction. And then on top of that, then you have balance. But rail grinding, I don't think I'll be able to rail grind. I mean, it already looks ridiculous. Why would a scientist like myself try rail grinding? I would see Legacy rail grinding, but I'm not going to be rail grinding. Because that's dangerous. That's like a high chance of a concussion. Oh, give me the fuel. Ugh. Sometimes it's really hard to like stay organized here. Yeah, I know some people are probably looking at me building this machine right here, and people immediately say I'm book smart or I'm, you know, very intelligent and something like that. I'd be like, yeah, I have logic, but I mostly try to learn things that's taught to me. I tend to learn fast, but I still need a little bit of patience when it comes down to certain things. Like some people might overwhelm me with a lot of new material, and then I feel drained just because it's new, and it can sometimes be exhausting. But that's the reality. Like, learning is exhausting, and it's part of the experience. Okay, so we're back at it again with the lava pools again. Okay, this one's a deeper lava pool. Whew. I'm just going to stay in. So we're definitely submerged under lava, as you can see. We're still getting, what, diamonds, redstone, still the essentials. But if I really want to make a train system, it will have to somehow go past this lava area. See, as you start seeing the pattern, it's just going to keep creating more crazier and crazier solutions. Like for this part, I may have to actually come up here and place down tons of glass just to keep the lava out. Or use hose pulleys and, I don't know, maybe build a train that can actually be self-sufficient. Or maybe another contraption that somehow, maybe build a contraption that only, powers and only, it can only, like, pick up, like, fluids or buckets of lava or something like that. But that would be sophisticating to make, though. It'd definitely be sophisticating. I'm actually looking at this chest right here. Like, look at all that redstone. I mean, it's already a crazy amount of redstone that I have to, like, get. So this should be more than enough to actually, like, the way I'm thinking, this is way more than enough to make, like, a farm of, like, just, like, we have tons of redstone now. The only thing I can think about is making more contraptions with redstone. Or I can set up my own mineral bank where I just store all my goods in vaults. But what is like gold, iron, diamond, something like that. Wait, what happened? Did it say something about permission? Let's see. So as we continued, there's a colony here? You do not have permission to do something. That's stupid. So it stopped here because there is some colony here. That doesn't even make any sense. Why would there even be something like this? Great. There's a stupid claim here. How about give me all the permissions here? Because I definitely need every permission just to build this train. Because if there's going to be so many of these hiccups around here, I do see this as a problem. A huge problem. So I think what I'm just going to go ahead and do is, since there's really nothing that I can do, since there is this, and I can always turn the drill the other way, so I can go this way, but it still would mean I will have to make a very trippy looking train track. Oh my goodness. I'm just saying, like, it's gonna be very crazy. And I think that might be possible. I'm really thinking. Because if I go this way, see, I would still have to, like, go that way, just to go around and then still continue, but that would also mean I'll probably be underneath my, I might be underneath the tracks or the hypertubes, because I don't know, like, specifically where they are, because sometimes I might be under the ground too. I don't know. I really don't know. See. Okay, what's this? Why do I have levitation? Okay, so it seems like if we try to build here, it makes us float. Don't know why. So we can't build here. So we can't build here either? What's the big deal here? Let's see. Because I really can't build here. You do not have permission. How deep are these blocks? Like, how deep are they? I don't know. Like, we were like right. I'm not sure it's like. Yeah. Let's see. So we're safe here. Man. Sometimes it's quite strange on like how these mine colonies work. Because I never actually did a showcase on the mod before, but what I am seeing is there's like build permissions. Like, so you're telling me these areas have actual licenses to even have these areas. I never knew we have licenses. I never knew this place. I never even knew this area has licenses. Like, I don't need a license to build my own drill. I mean, it doesn't cause any earthquakes or anything. But I'm pretty sure they'll probably not believe me. But look at this. All that redstone. That's like the most redstone I can ever get. Like, realistically, I don't even get that much redstone. But with all that redstone, that's enough to like power up like a few. Like, that's enough to power up like a whole city. If I actually want to like make like a ton of redstone lamps, I do see that as a possibility. But the city would just probably be huge. I mean, even though I live in a lab, I mean, what's the point of me even having a city? because I can't, like, trade with villagers or anything. I mean, I could get a villager, but what's the point of having a villager if the only thing they're going to probably trade me is, I guess, you know, maybe a golden apple or maybe mending. But I probably don't even get bothered by mending too much. Ugh. Yeah, I had to be careful because sometimes interacting with this can be a bit dangerous because I might accidentally break the drill, and I don't want to break the drill because I want the drill to still operate. So let's see if it still works. So I still have to basically do it this way. So that means there's one piece of friction here, which I can make the train turn this way, which is no biggie since we can just reorient when we get closer away from that chunk and then turn it around. And then what's going to happen is it might even take us to our goal, which is get to the copper veins, because I did say I was going to try to go to the copper veins to probably pick up some copper or maybe some of that material. But I think I'm not sure if we're good on copper though, since the drill is sort of like doing all the work. People say make trains. I mean, if you make a train that kind of just burrows on its own, it would mean it would be a similar setup just like this, but it's a train instead with a drill, and then you could probably set up a whole line of, like, you could probably even make like a upgrade version of a drill, which is called the train drill, which it probably removes the train's tracks. Instead of just using the minecart, you're using an actual train, which that would probably just be the same concept. That would actually just be the same concept, but the difference is we're just gonna be riding in a train. That's a drill. I would say the train might be the advanced drill. Yeah, I think it might be. But again, if this is going to boost productivity, that means it's good. Yeah, we still need some more monulite because our chest is getting filled with a lot of goods. And I know people are going to be asking, do I have redstone? Do I have gold? Do I have this? Do I have this? Do I have this? I'm probably going to be the only person that kind of owns the bank here. I mean, I want to share because look at all this. Like, imagine me just holding all this to myself. Imagine. It'd be too much stuff. It'd be way too much stuff. So much spares. So much. It's too much. Now I understand why being greedy isn't worth it. It's because it's too much. But this also means I have long ways to go. That's what it technically means too, guys. We just have a long ways to go. Like, you can see that we have zinc, we have iron, lapis, redstone, and gold. Like, this is a lot of stuff. Lots of stuff. So that means we're probably maybe underneath the hyper tubes. But again, I know where the hyper tube would be, but once the drill like kind of just, you know, cut underneath. Plus, I gotta see like if it doesn't damage the system, because I don't know how deep it is either. I'm just thinking because we are like clearly far away. I can't believe they have like literal claims. I hope there's not like another claim anywhere, man. Because that would be insane. There's like a claim. But that would mean there is claim protection, right? I don't know. It doesn't say anything about claim protecting. That is very unusual. I am feeling a little bit hungry too. Okay, slowing down. I have a feeling we're slowing down. 3 hours and 21 minutes. This is what cannabis does to you. It makes you be very patient. Because this is a long process. If I sat here, right, and just let it run, you'll actually feel how heavy this is, moving from block by block by block. Most people would tell me, edit that out. No dead air. Don't leave that there. Remove it. But what are they removing, really? You're removing the legitimate. You ruin the legitimateness. I can't say it because it's hard to say. Legitimately, yeah, that's all I can say. Legitimately, because I know some people probably wonder, how did I get from there to there? Because the whole hypertubes, it might have took a long time for the 5 hours of my time, because I had to move it from one place, then I gotta mine literally from a 1x1 or 4 or 2x2, just to at least get it through, just to go to the floating island, or just to have a little port, just for some people to probably, go to my lab. But I think the downside would be is I have to actually be in my lab. Plus, I might think about adding a, actually, it would be kind of funny if I actually stumble across a stronghold. I think if I actually do tend to find a stronghold, I would just, I would just have the location of it, but I'll still have to pinpoint where it is, and then somehow wrap a train around that area, and the train takes people to the end, and they can just take the train there. You don't have to teleport at all. But it would be kind of insane if, I don't want to say it, but if we just sat on the train and just let it roll at whatever speed it goes. It might not even be a fast train. It might just be like a train that could probably travel like every, probably like 500 blocks in a minute or something. Not even in a minute. Maybe slower than that. Maybe in 3 minutes. To at least just give it the feel of like weight in a sense, because I understand people, want to be in particular places, but I have to be mindful that I built this train for my transport, but also for theirs too, because they might be able to get from one location to the next. Because we just don't know how they're going to get around. You can see that all this drill is doing all the heavy lifting around here. The drill is the only thing that's doing a lot of work. I gotta give credit to this drill, because the drill's the one that's actually doing all the burrowing. I'm just overseeing it, just to see if something happens, I gotta repair it or fix it. But that's a lot of lava I have to clear. And that's if I want to keep it as the aesthetic, or I could just seal it completely off with just nothing but a lot of industrial iron, which that would technically would be like more than a lot. And then I gotta put chutes, and then I gotta fill it up with that material, and then it has to go through the process, and then changes everything. Then I gotta somehow run a math calculation, but for a chunk like this, that is very astronomical. It means I literally have to see, like, how many do I need in each chunk, plus the meters traveled. That's literally how I'm gonna do the math here. Means it has to probably be like precisely where the train may even start or stop. Okay, we're coming across water now. I'm not sure it's because it's hitting... How you get in here? Stop it. Oh no. So what happened? Did I break it again? It seems like whenever it hits water, it seems like every time it hits water, it does it. Huh. This just actually makes it even harder to actually... Huh. Because I really need to place that track back on there. But you can actually see, this is what happens when you actually spend time when you're trying to learn mods. Like, you also got to figure out, like, why did this do this? So that would also mean I would have to do it this again. Because, see, I can't put it back on the cart. And that also means I also gotta somehow get under there. Yeah, this is the reality of actually just trying to, like, this is the reality. Like, I'm actually trying to... See, I don't want this thing to burn, because that is lava. I don't want this to destroy my drill. Oh my goodness. Wait, can I get inside? I completely forgot I can just go inside. Right. I'm trying to see, like, how did this happen? Right. So it seems like when the water pulls up, it oh, great. Seems like when the water pulls up, I gotta actually cover that side then. But I think I learned something now. It seems like... It kind of like seems like, it can't be connected to, like, I'm really trying to, like, get up there. It's like it doesn't do too well when it comes down to, like, cobblestone, or any cobblestone farms. So I'll say the drill is still pretty limited, like, on what it can do, because the contraption can still like fail or anything like that. Like, I'm literally trying to get out of here, but this water's just making it harder just to, you know, at least try to clear out. Like, where is this water coming from? Like, are you coming from the top? Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit tricky because that would also mean I have to hurry up and grab this, grab that. There we go. See, that's what I was trying to do. See, this is our contraption here. So as you can see, we kind of just hit a crossroad when it comes down to the railroad. But that would technically mean we can start laying down the tracks. But somehow we have to make it where we can make a contraption that acts sort of like a drill, or maybe like a stationary drill that we constantly got to keep moving and just keep drilling into the ground until it reaches like whatever, and then we keep making steps for it. And then once you do that, then you got yourself an underground railroad, and then somehow I gotta pinpoint where we are because this is the meadow, and then somehow we gotta continue with the meadow just to get the train track up there, and then we got ourselves a basically an accurate way to get from point A to point B. But now I'm just going to have to traverse all the way back, and I think this is probably a good time to see if I can find any Monulite down here, because we are very far away, and I don't have no intent to fight them, because I'll say this journey is a very long one. But I would say we have progressed a lot further than before, which is good enough for me. But I know the track itself is going to be something new to try, because I might be able to lay down a few track and then see how that's going to unfold. They're really trying to fight me, but I'm not trying to fight them. But I think once I know like on how this all rolls and goes, we'll definitely just be rolling and just relaxing. I mean, I could always walk back to the lab, but I don't think I'm gonna do any walking because there's a lot of mobs here. So I do need to like get back there. It's more important than just, you know, already admiring a very dead area. But you can see that this tunnel is very long, but it'll be worth the time. I know I am getting chased by a baby zombie, and I want to use my potato cannon, but I have no intent to shoot it because it might waste more of my pressure on them. But it does make me feel like I should go ahead and create like another netherite back tank just in case. But I would say that drill did a lot of work. Wait, yeah. These guys want me to miss out on this Monulite here. These guys are good at distractions. Plus, I didn't probably even see that Monulite there. But we are uncovering a lot of ore. Like, this is like one of the only places you can probably get Monulite. Because sometimes I might already collect enough, and I sometimes keep the drill going. And I might tend to, like, I might even overdo it to the point where it's like I have too much, like, things on me. But I know there's probably more Monulite around here, but I know the closer I get to my lab, the laggier it gets. That's probably like one thing I have actually didn't account for, because it will be laggy. Seems like we made it back to our original spot. And you can actually tell this is a definite size increase. You can see that this was our original, which was a 5x5. And now look at that. When we add more of those drills, this is what you get. Yeah. I could probably still put like a pickaxe right here and take a screenshot just to show, like, yeah, that's mostly I've been doing, is just borrowing down here. And I might be able to smelt that Monulite to see how much we got, because I know they say, because I actually did a showcase on it, it actually gives us a lot of armor durability. It's a lot stronger than netherite, but it's a lot more, how I'm going to say it, bulkier. It's just a bulkier version of the netherite armor. And I know I gotta pull up my drill because I have to check to see what I have. Because I gotta see it. There we go. But we do have a lot of redstone. Alright, so we have 10. So we have 10 raw pieces of Monulite. Okay. So we have 5. Okay. So I might as well just get it smelted. Might put it through the blast smelter. But I know I need like a few more pieces, right? Because you need at least like 24 for the set. So I think I'm just short by like 24. 24 minus 15. 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. So I need like 9 more pieces of raw Monulite. I mean, that doesn't sound too bad. I'm just gonna wait for this Monulite to like cook, because it can definitely be cooked with create like a furnace. But I think once we have 15, then I have to see what can I make. Chest piece and leggings. Alright. Because this is what? 15? Or should I just wait until I have the 9 more? But that means I can actually keep mining a little longer, just for me to wear Monulite or put it on an armor stand. Because I might think about doing something like that. So I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is probably get back out mining again. Or that, or somehow, I mean, I have to somehow get the train to, because even though this is the nether portal, but somehow, oddly somehow, I have to move this nether portal and set up a area where it can also take a path towards the nether, because once it goes through, it goes through. And I think if you're on the train, it probably takes you there too immediately with the train. So it's kind of like it bypasses the whole loading screen or something. But that would mean I have to get tons of obsidian, and tons of obsidian is crazy work. Because I had to figure out how can I even get obsidian in like mass numbers. Because you can possibly get more obsidian in vast numbers. In which I have to get a magma block, huh? Magma block comes from magma cream. But magma cream comes from blaze powder and slime. Slime, okay, is wheat dough and lime. That's if you can somehow make a whole machine that can somehow make indefinite amount of slime balls. That's crazy work. I mean, my mind is probably just spiraling, because it's like I'm seeing a bigger picture. Blaze powder. See, blaze powder will still have to be collected, meaning keeping them there is probably like the most optional way of having them around. And they're also used for boilers and stuff. I mean, I might even think about making another a blaze farm, but it might keep I mean, I'm really trying to see like what can I do with the rods, but you could see like if I even slay them, I'll have probably all these rods, then blaze powder, and then blaze powder I would just have a ton of once I get it out of the farm, if I actually do have the intention to set it up. We also have what? Spicy fried chicken. Interesting. But I would say it would definitely be useful. Even endstone. I can use blaze powder on endstone to get glass. At least it bypasses the using sand. I mean that is actually a good shortcut to sand. But I think a slime ball though. I think a slime ball. I think all you just need is use sticky. I think this probably is a joke. Probably wants you to get this name tag by making it. But I think if you can try to get lime dye, I think if I can try to get like lime dye, wheat dough comes from wheat flour and water. But I think if you have like the mechanical crafter, you could probably make that happen. Wheat kernels. Wheat kernels come from a thresher. As if you actually got to put them to the thresher, and then somehow you have to try to increase your crop yield for your wheat, and then you have to somehow keep the cycle going. But that's probably the still same format with my little automated farm that I set up there. But you're using wheat, and you got to convert that wheat into a flour. Then you gotta get bones. Then you gotta get like tons of white dye, which is from bones, in which that's probably like a skeleton farm. And then you gotta somehow get that to connect, and then you got yourself a system that kind of just self-sustaining. Like you got a slime ball farm and that farm, that system, this system, that system. But the crazy part would be is you have to basically like go through like a lot of trial and error, like a lot of it. And it's crazy. But let me just go and charge this up. Okay. So now that we have that on, we're gonna go back down and do it for the final time. But I don't know if I want to do it for the final time, or should I just focus on the train track, or work on making that cardboard armor. I mean, if I even try to make the cardboard armor, that would probably be pretty cool. Cardboard armor. Because if I do that, then I can probably just see what it's like to wear cardboard. But I really have to see, like what else can I do that's for fun? Like, I never really tried the cardboard. Maybe the only way I can get that to, maybe for me to wear cardboard for the first time with Create, then, yeah, I'll probably just be happy that I did that. Because I barely do anything that's kind of like silly in a sense. I mean, I can be silly, but I sometimes get caught in my own work that I just, you know, I just kind of just stay focused on the idea or the concept I'm going for, and I just get stuck with it, and I just forget the thrill of doing it in the first place. But you can tell this is going to be a lot to clean out. Like, we have a lot of this stone and a lot of this. It's really, it's crazy. It's crazy work. Like, making this drill, I'll just be honest, at first it looks intimidating because it just looks so complicated and everything else. And then once you just place down a few blocks, and then you start understanding what made what causes what. And it's like, once you know what it does, then you're kind of just aware. That's how you build awareness, and and intelligence in a sense, because everything comes from learning. That's what I'm saying. Everything comes from learning. Like all that redstone, all that material. I'll say it's so efficient that, like, look at this. Like we almost have like probably like 3 stacks of diamonds. I mean, at this literal point, I don't even see the point of me making chests anymore. Because that would mean there's so much that I'm getting from typical, mining sessions. It's just not, it's just going to be cluttered. It's going to be messy. It's going to feel messy. Like, that is a lot of redstone. And I know redstone is used in many ways in a lot of things. But crazy part is, yes, I know it's laggy, but this is what happens when you utilize mods that are more so for like increasing outputs and everything simultaneously. You get yourself low FPS by default. Even my so-called supercomputer can't even handle this. Not sure why everybody's trying to run something that's just going to overwhelm their systems. And then once they realize like how powerful this mod is so powerful that it can literally drop frames. Look at all this flint. And I think I did say I was going to be collecting some flint because for the andesite farm, of course. But I just know that andesite is the most important thing to have because it gives us more things to use when it comes down to create. And let me type in train track. Okay. So for the train track, it requires a stone. I would say any type of stone slab, zincs, and a press. And then you get yourself a track. That actually doesn't sound too bad either, since I can always add some more water wheels and continue, and then I can set up another system and I can overrun that system. Yeah, I'm actually thinking, because if I actually do add some more water wheels, yeah, that means I gotta remove you. There we go. But I really want to get Monulite. But I think my goal is to probably see what the tracks really look like, because I never seen the tracks before. So that would mean I would have to check to see if I have any more large wheels. It means I gotta add some more water in here, and then I gotta do this again, and then I gotta spread this out. Oh my goodness. So how many water wheels do I think I need? I mean, because they already have a pressure of like 512, because I think it's the math based on how much it's kind of like dividing the pressure, or you got to know how much kinetic energy is needed to operate the machinery. Okay, I still have some shafts. Yeah. So I think all I gotta do is make like just make a basic water wheel. Basic water wheel, stack it with water, and that's how you get that. Okay. I didn't even eat dinner yet, but it's 12:41 a.m. I think I'm that high that I'm just let time fly. All right. Yeah. Getting wood. Yeah, I did have like a thought on trying to like connect like belts and ports and then trying to make it move around. Sounds quite sophisticating, but I can just try like many alternatives and many methods. I think I still need some more. Yeah, let me just get that whole log and then probably just replant. I'm just going to do that. I think I also got to be mindful about something. It's raining, but I'm not sure if it's storming. Because I am a technomancer, and I did forget something about, the lightning. It's sort of like I forgot all about the lightning. Like, I forgot all about it. That I was like, I'm not going to get shocked by lightning. But there's going to be a time that it's going to happen. But I'm not wishing it. But it's going to happen. One way or the other. But you can definitely see that I've been putting a lot of hours into this. Like, this is basically hours of a grind. I think if they actually did add the other option of the drill, like the handheld drill, it will probably be helpful. But I think I know what they were going for. I guess to not make everything too industrial looking, or something like that. But I do try to see it in a certain way. Like, if I did in fact make a 3x3 drill with the power of create and using kinetic energy, then I think mining would be very easy, and excavating things would just be twice as efficient, and it would also save more time. But it is quite insane or profound that it just depends on what you do. All right. So now that means that has been installed. That means we can set it in a higher speed then. Yep. But now I have to set up a system, which I have to add a another side, which is the wait, why did it slow down? Wait, it looks like it's slowing down, but oh, oh, okay. Optical illusion. See, when it's laggy, it's like you can actually see, like, you guys can see the speed. It's kind of cool. My back has a little cramp in it. So, we're just going to go ahead and get the belts. And I think that's probably where I might try to end off. Because I know there's like a lot of things I gotta like do. Because I know there's like a lot of things when it comes down to create. Lots of things. Like I know we gotta like... See, it has to somehow be in the similar length, and then all it just do, it just goes through the system, and then... But it's hard to tell which way it's going because the lag can sometimes be overwhelming. Like, it's going this way. So if I step on here... Okay. That is kind of strange. It's kind of strange that I can actually walk on here and not face any... Oh! That's actually kind of cool. See, so it's pointing me this way. Okay. Yeah, so it gives you weight. So yeah, it prevents you from moving. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Like, I never knew that. I truly never knew that. But now I know. Now that I officially know. And I know I have to do like 1, 2, 3, because I know it still does that process. And then I have to put the depot here, just to put the depot right here. And then we wanted to, you know, input the tracks in. And then once we get the tracks in there, then we definitely got ourselves... then we truly got ourselves tracks. Unless I want to take like another thumbnail, but I'm just going to say we're getting somewhere. Okay. Okay. So if we do this, this allows me to put bulks. Then I have to check the steps. So what we need is 2 deployers and 1 mechanical press. Means for plates. See, this is one way for us to get plates, but I might set up a better system. Like, you got some parts, like, I don't even know what this is even paired to, but let's see. Oh, yeah, it's paired to this. All right. Plus, I do want to make like an auto sanding machine. That would probably be nice too. Mechanical press. Okay. Let me turn you around. There we go. All right, so that's gonna press into that. I'm really trying to see the logic behind this. Plus, I could just put it in here. It just takes in whatever, but I don't know. Because, see, I gotta make like... it's literally a 3-step. Because I know I gotta put like 1 there, then 1 there. Then I gotta put chests on top. That's if I completely want to automate everything. See, this is going to put stuff out. Okay. See, because once it comes down the belt, I can't believe I'm learning a lot with Create. That's all I can say. I'm just learning a lot. Alright, that's where we have to add the others. So we have to add a deployer. So how do we make a deployer? Okay, electron tube, andesite casing, and brass hand. I gotta see if I have any more brass though. Because I know for one thing, I'm just gonna have to, might as well make the sacrifice. Yeah, I might have to make the sacrifice. Because that's if I probably, you know, don't want to make one. Actually, let me just, I could probably just put this right here, right? I could just put you on here. Can I just toss you up there? Ah. Oh, that's why, because you're not powered. So let me just give this thing power. There we go. I'm just going to want you just to press that one piece out. Thank you. Yep. Don't worry. We will try to automate this. We will try to automate this. Right now, we're just slowly just moving one thing and moving little things over. But I know this lab is going to take a little longer to, like, you know, fix up and clear out because, you know, I have to, because this is going to be a lot of room to grow and to see what else I can do down here. Because it's going to be a big underground lab as always. Like, it seems like every time I build a lab, it's always underground. Like, even if I try to build on the surface, it would be something, but in the same time, it's just going to look very, it's going to look very, like, weird. Okay. Okay, so that's that one. And yeah, so the machine got overloaded, I see. So let me try setting it to 171. I mean, that's still highly efficient. And now all I gotta do is give these some chutes and put chests on top or barrels. I think I should start using barrels because I just have that feeling that if I keep using chests all the time, I do see the, it's sort of like I can kind of see the, like the little wears and tears because for a chest, because primitively, I only knew a chest as like something to like store stuff immediately into or just to stuff in. I didn't like treat it like it was, you know, its very own little feature. See, this is what happens when you rush and just trying to run past the always chasing something. You tend to just not look at the small details. Like, I didn't even notice that I can just do that with barrels, which it could just make, you know, accessing the inventory easier without actually having to remove something off the top chest. Because I think I'm starting to learn too that a chest has a lid, which means if it does block the top, then it's hard for you to even open it. But if you have barrels, the barrels are literally like chests, but they can be opened from either side. But the only issue is you just can't make a double barrel. I mean, it would be kind of cool if you make double barrels, but that would make chests quite, you know, still kind of outdated, but they could still be used in many things. Just don't know specifically. So right now, let's check into the train tracks. So all it just needs is basically a lot of iron nuggets and either zinc or iron nuggets. But since we have an iron farm, we can literally just use a ton of iron and probably keep the zinc just for mostly brass. And then I can just uncraft all that stone that I have in the chest. And then we got ourselves as basically maybe like 1,000 tracks. But I definitely want to place down the track to see what it looks like. Because it just looks very satisfying. Like once you get closer to the end and you actually start to see like what it's sort of like it's like I'm getting a high off of it in a sense. It's like I said, a high. Because I am technically high. So all I just got to do is like I can just, you know, give up the zinc if I want to. Because I think all it just needs is zinc. Like that's all it pretty much needs. It's zinc. But I know that we can make like 1,000 tracks. But let's see. Because I might I might, yeah, I might do something with the iron nuggets. I could probably do something with iron nuggets. Try like spread them out. Because see, as long as this stuff is filled, I think we're fine. And then all we just do is pull out my, because I don't think that's going to need an arm or anything, since it's just going to be kind of just like a one and done deal. So now let me get my contraption. Is not the mining drill, but portable. It's portable. Portable storage. There we go. Storage. Just place my rail. This would technically mean I gotta keep placing rails down. And now we just gotta put that in the chest. But again, I still gotta uncraft. And I think we did find a slime chunk, which is pretty nice, since that technically means we basically can get slime balls if we want to. See? So right now it's turning into what? Look at us go! We got train tracks! But they say we gotta make like, what, 1,000 of them? I'm making 1,000 of them, man. That's crazy. But this is actually a good spot to find a, you know, slime farm. And I should also close this area out because I don't know if there's going to be like, you know, mobs are going to try to like come in here, because I do not want them to, you know, come to my area while I'm working with very dangerous substances and things of that nature. But you can see how the automation is going. Yeah, don't mind the lag. It's all part of the experience and the aesthetics of just the cogwheels and the fans and the heat going around here. This is what you call true industrialization. And we still got like what? We still gotta put some more zinc in there. Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna require like a lot of material. But luckily for us, we can literally do this all day. But I do want to see that advancement though. Wait, why did I add a barrel here? I don't know. I thought this one needed something, and I realized, oh, it was a mechanical. Yeah. I tend to goof a little bit. But yep. So how many rails is this? This is what? 128 to... Alright, let me check the advancements here. I'm not really doing much with Steam, but I'm definitely going to see it though. Totally Haunted Bell contraption. Let's see. Produce more than 1,000 train tracks with the same mechanical press. And it is the same exact mechanical press that we are placing right now. I think I should just go ahead and make, what, 1,000 tracks? I think I should go ahead and do that. Because I'm pretty sure it's a lot of tracks. So I think I'm going to hold on to my drill and my storage in my inventory. I'm just going to just remove what I can keep in, store, because I know I still need these things here. Okay. I did say I was going to try to go out and get some more Monulite, but that's if I want to go the opposite direction or go forwards. I mean, it really doesn't matter like where I go, because it seems like it doesn't matter which direction I take. It's more so like what areas will I uncover, what places have I not ventured, to see yet before. Because I know there's like a lava thing over there. I just know there's like a lot more to consider. I'm just going to look at the storage. I might as well just make all that stone into like slabs. Because it seems like that is what I am going to do anyway. We still got more. Because the more, the merrier. Plus, I don't know if I want to make this to a double chest, too. Because if I do that, then I can actually store more. Probably it might be able to let me store like thousands in there. But it would have been nice if they added some sort of, some backpack mod, but we just gotta work with what we got. More slimes. They're so cute, though. But we're literally in a slime chunk. I mean, that's pretty good for my super glue. Very beneficial for super glue and most contraptions. Because I know Create Tendency has to use slime balls as actual glue paste. But yeah. So now we just gotta get some more iron. I might as well just pull more of iron and keep more zinc. Oh yeah, don't that mean I gotta actually get a funnel? Let me see if I can try to at least get like 32. I think 32 might be like enough. Or 33. I'll say just more than enough just to keep making tracks. because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like a lot of tracks. Alright, so let's collect some track. The new gauge. Oh! Okay. So wait, hold up. Ride on the rails of the train tracks using diving boots or a rail rider enchantment. But is it... Okay. I think we're just going to have to try to get at least like a ton of tracks. So, how much is at least a row or a hotbar full of tracks? So if we have 64, so we have 64 times 9, that means that's only what? That's only half. That means technically that's half. Means this will probably take a long time to actually, you know, fill up. But as long as it keeps making tracks, it's fine. So they say if we have a train track, I'm going to walk it over here. I think this is going to probably be similar to the hypertubes. Yeah, it's probably similar to the hypertubes. So let's see here. Because maybe I want this to keep going. Even though I did put some like walls here. But I could probably put something here. See? It's technically just like the hypertubes. See? Just like the hypertubes. Too far away. Look at that. So this is the real grinding mod. Okay. Okay. This is actually kind of cool. Like, look how big this track is. That's big. That is huge. Now let's go. Oh, you can also do it to catch rails. All right, let's see some. Whoa, okay. Okay. I even heard that little sound, like a train sound. Oh my goodness. That's actually kind of cool. Guys, I think this is gonna be pretty cool. Like, very cool. This is going to be my first time building a train. But I know this high velocity might do bad. And the reason why I don't want to hurt myself, because we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I might even die to kinetic energy just from the rails. And I also noticed something too. It also does wear down on your durability, because you are grinding on the rails, in fact. So yeah, it does follow a rule. Makes me think, maybe I should go ahead and get mending on this stuff, so I can at least still function. But I just know that this lab is slowly getting built, and it still is. Because I can't tell, it hasn't even been 1,000. Because I might as well just pull, like, I guess all the iron out. Because I will always get more iron, you know, off camera. I can always get tons of iron. Alright. But I can't believe we actually made train tracks for the very first time. That's actually kind of cool. So this is going to probably be like more than enough tracks, but I know that this is how big the track is, and I'm pretty sure they're going to probably, or somehow the train has to somehow maybe have like some sort of rail system. That would also mean I will have to add like a little area just to add like different trains or something. You know, the ones that you see in real life. You know, they always put like little, like you might have a train like right here, and then there's like a train right next to it. It's kind of like, you know, little docking areas. Yeah, we can have like a little docking area, or even have 3 docking areas. I think it depends on like what I'm actually going to be doing, because I might be doing more excavation than actually just, you know, doing anything. Nope, not that one. But yeah, it does have a little bit of weight, a little bit on here. Track factory. Produce more than 1,000 train tracks with the same mechanical press. Yes, we did. We made none of these tracks. But I know it's going to be a lot of work to place down all those tracks. Unless I want to make a contraption that's a train, and the train somehow places down its own tracks every time it moves. But That's going to be very sophisticating, and then I will have to spend more time trying to figure it out. And these mobs just want to kill me because I'm just setting up the railroad, but I'm not sure they're... You know, I'm not sure if they can damage tracks, though. Look, can I just build the railroad, please? I think I should add little loops, you know, little... Hold left control to maximize the turn. Yeah, we can add a little bit of loops here and there, you know, to give it a little bit of the illusion of, like, the shakiness. Hold left control to maximize the turn. That's actually kind of cool, though. That's actually pretty... Like, look at it. That actually looks pretty nice. And then I'm going to straighten it back out. This is how it'd be like when you take the railroad or train. It's like little... It has the little, like the little inconsistencies. It's part of that little charm. But it's quite surreal because it's like the tracks definitely look like it's very circular in a very cubic world, which is Minecraft, of course. See, this is literally the entire railroad. It's just that we haven't started like placing it down yet. So I think I'm kind of a little bit excited. I'm really thinking about, should I make a train? Like, should I? But I've been recording for 4 hours and 47 minutes, and I haven't even eaten dinner yet. And it's what, 1:30 a.m. in the morning. It's crazy. And I think if I want to go on and make some train parts, I'm going to have to get a sturdy sheet, which requires lava and powdered obsidian. Powdered obsidian. Ooh, okay. I think I know what I could do. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a brass casing. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a brass casing, and then I am going to do that part. But that means I will also have to use a temporary deployer, but I don't think I have any extra deployers other than this one, of course, which I can just throw it down and it just still operates as it should. So let me see here. Let's see. Sturdy sheet. Let's see, that would technically mean, yeah, I will have to get some obsidian. I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any. But if I can at least make like one train casing, then at least that's enough to show that I am technically or working towards making a train. Yeah, even though it's kind of strange how it had appeared in my mind. So I have to get obsidian. But I'm trying to figure out from where, of course. Nether portals have obsidian. That means I gotta figure out what else has obsidian. Because of course we have like lava here for days. But that's if I want to actually like put it in a, you know, that means if I want to add like more to this, and I could add like a little area, but that's if I really just want to go ahead and make that. I'm really thinking like, do I have like any other, you know, any pieces of obsidian around here? I may have to check over there again. That's why the extendo grip comes in handy. Alright. Wand asymmetry. Mirrors block placement while present in any hotbar slot. I mean, that would be interesting to make. I think it just makes things symmetrical. I'm watching out for that ghast. Sometimes when you keep putting obsidian in, you kind of just keep getting more powder out of it. It's like sometimes these systems are kind of broken if you keep recycling it just to keep maximizing the output. Like, see, I think we might be able to get this to 10. Man, what is this percentage? Say 5% chance? That does sound pretty high. Yeah, that sounds completely high. Means you can probably keep recycling that same piece of obsidian over and over. Or, if you have like, say, 16 pieces of them, they can last for a long time. Unless you just want to make like a powdered obsidian machine that focuses entirely on crushing the obsidian into bits, and then bits and bits and bits, and just keeps going and going and going. I mean, it's just gonna be a silly loop if you think about it. And I know I forgot something too. I think I should go ahead and add like a little area for the plates so I can actually like make that. Then I can go ahead and start wrapping up the playthrough. Because I mean, I've been playing for a while, and it's interesting because you can do a lot with the mod. Like all I just need is like one belt. All I just need is like one belt. And I think I should start trying to use barrels often if I could. Because it seems like barrels are probably the only thing that makes things look a little bit neater. It just kind of fits the create aesthetics. It just fits it. And since I am going to be making like tons of those, since I'm going to be making tons of that, I just got to see something. I think I should let that nether quartz build back up again so we can like see because I know this one's going to store as a lot of clay and whatever. Oh, never mind. I think I still got that chest there. I think as long it's like you keep building machines and then you start forgetting like why you place it there to begin with. It's sort of like my mind just kind of drift on its own. And this is the reason why I was thinking about, should I just make a machine that kind of just auto sands? Because if I do make a machine that also auto sands, that means I'm technically saving even more time. But if I want to use the mechanical crafter just for it to like craft into the material, but that will also mean the mechanical arm has to do the work, and I have to make more of those. I technically have to use smart filters, but somehow they have to be attached, and then the arm has to grab it from or place it in, and then that's when you got yourself basically a system that kind of puts your nether quartz and your redstone together to get, you know, redstone quartz, and then boom. I'm just I'm just in my mind right now, man. because if we try to automate that, that's gonna save a lot of time. But I also have to see, like, what can I do, because for one, despite we are like clearing out more of this area and things like that, but we still see like little pests or little accidents ready to happen, because we're still in a cave system and I haven't like cleared it out, unless I really want to make a oversized drill that can somehow make this ceiling pretty even. And then yeah, but I don't know if making the area bigger makes anything better. It probably just creates even more it probably creates even more issues in the long run. But look at this. We are making lots of tracks. Definitely ready for the railroads. But I just gotta see what can I do now, because I think what I'm still trying to do is make this, but I think that's why I was trying to get the deployer. But I was thinking about doing this and then make a deployer, but that means I also gotta just get copper and zinc, put it together, get brass. I think I could do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that, because I'm just going to get that going. Yep, this is the one for brass, but this one has water in it. I think for the water, was it because of the trees? Let me just put four. Let me just put the 4 in here, because I think this was trying to make the pulp. Yeah, the pulp for the cardboard. But again, I only have enough for what? I really want to update it though. I do, but I just gotta see what I can do in this reality, because I'm hungry. I've probably been playing for a very long time without even noticing. Sometimes I did forget to eat, and it happens. I'm just going to say things happen. I forgot to make the smart yeah, I forgot to make the smart funnels. Alright. Have to terminate the threat before the threat terminates my progress. I mean, it was quick thinking. It's either let the gas keep roaming around, because even the gas can be unexpected. Okay. So since we have this... Oh, see? You can actually see unprocessed obsidian sheet. Plus, I'm not sure if it has like a, you know, another step. I think I can make that happen. Which I could probably do something like this. Which it goes this way. And then I just place down, because I know to make the sturdy sheet, it would mean it would have to be pressed twice. Okay, what this means, I'm gonna have to go and get some iron blocks. Or some iron. Because I really thought I was gonna like, you know, build it immediately. But at least I know this is what unprocessed obsidian sheets look like. But as long as I'm probably just wearing this, I can probably handle it. Because it's probably hot anyway. Alright, so I think we should have what we need to finish this. But I think I should probably just stick with the original thumbnail, since I think it's probably more fitting for what I've been doing. Mostly all I've been doing is like mining, mostly just mining. But I don't know which one though, unless I really want to show like I built like a train system, but that's going to probably come a lot later. Plus, who knows, I might keep it a surprise for them, because they probably want to see what I'm going to probably be doing next. Because people can be curious when it comes down to like things like that. Okay, how many mechanical presses can I fit on here? No. I'm trying to see like how many I can fit here. Plus, I might have to give them at least some reach. Plus, I also got to see, like... Plus, I don't know. I even tried to think about a deployer, too. Let's see. I think that might be too high. Let me see here. Because you put it there, that's too low. So let me just put like that. Just okay. So that would mean, that would probably still mean I could still use a gear shaft, put it on top, and I could still like wire it, and then they could still be connected. either this way. I think it doesn't matter since this is still unprocessed. It's because see, what's gonna happen is it's gonna probably go through the let's see here. Because this might be a very short belt anyway. Okay. I'm just thinking. I'm not trying to see like why the thing isn't like glowing or anything. Maybe it's because it's not spaced out. Okay. Let's see something. Let me move it back and then do something like this. Why is it not working? Yeah, I figured something was up. I'm not even sure why that mechanical belt didn't even, like, want to respawn properly. There we go. Nope. Stay away from me. And I think this is the reason why I want to build the ceiling. So I don't have to deal with these surprising ghasts that's going to try to undo a lot of work. Because this is crazy amount of work already. Also, I'm not sure if I really want to make a mechanical arm for this too. Since I probably do want it to like come off the, depot. But that's if I really want to like put something there where it just collects. But that's gonna be a lot though. That's like a lot of steps. But I really gotta see like what can I do here? Like this wouldn't even make any sense. It wouldn't even make any sense at all. Because see, it comes down here, but that's if I want to put a mechanical arm where it pulls off and it just puts back on here and it just keeps the cycle going just to make these sturdy sheets. So I could just make at least one train casing. Yay. Alright, okay. So I guess see it's because all I gotta do is because since I don't get this a lot, because it's sort of like I have to keep putting obsidian in over and over. Like you gotta make some sort of obsidian, indefinite obsidian machine that constantly recycles the same obsidian piece over and over, and it just passively develops a lot of powdered obsidian, which can be used to make train casings. And then once you make train casings, then you're set. But I think to me, it's just gonna feel like it's just gonna feel very, very strange. And I think I should also put something there where it only accepts a sturdy sheet. So let me do something. Let me remove you for a second, and I'm just gonna place. No. No, you're not doing this. Okay. See, that's why the Nether is so scary. It's because that gas is going to give me a heart attack. Because that thing has the intent to destroy. See, that's what scares me here. The gas just being unpredictable. Because you don't know what that gas is going to do. You'll never know what that thing is gonna do. Okay, so the system is overwhelmed again. Okay. So where's that piece where I can toggle the speed? Okay, I think I see it. Okay, I might have to go on the other side. But it does feel weird when you stop the machine. It sort of kind of stalls, but the performance kind of just improves slightly. So now you have this. Now let's do this. Now we have ourselves the sturdiest rocks, which this is the most crucial piece for the train casing. And I'm pretty sure we still got to use a deployer too. That would also mean we have to even carry it out to even do the deployer. So it can like process that to a train casing. There we go. And that would mean this would have to actually, that means you have to get tons of brass to do this. And that would also mean I gotta pull it off of the depot, right? Yeah. This will have to come out of the depot. I mean, all these finished products gets dumped out here. And then once they get dumped out here, or I can add another belt to it. Yeah, or I could probably add like another belt to it. Because since this is going to immediately deploy when it comes out with the power of kinetics, it's going to do it. Then once that happens, then when that happens, then it turns into the train casing, and then I have to output it out as a chest or a barrel. But that's if I want to use the mechanical arm just to keep putting it in there on its own. But that would mean I'll have to have 2 mechanical arms working here just to keep this automation going. And I think that might have to be the case here. And on top of that, I also have to try to see if I can try to add more wheels back here so we can have more, a little more power. Because we can sit there and keep adding more things onto the line to brute force more kinetic energy. But I think the more machines you put on, the more numbers we keep taking off. And then sometimes we just have to try to bridge the gap between that. So it can still be efficient and I can still use it in the way how I like it. But I can't believe we gotta use a lot of brass ingots to do this. But it's already insane when we have to like it's incredibly insane that I basically it's like I start from having to learn literally nothing to now learning something. Because this is hard work. Because I know they need brass. And that means you also gotta make like a brass farm. You gotta make a... It's sort of like we gotta make a factory for a factory for a factory for a factory of something else. Look at that. The track line is already overloaded. That's kind of insane because we have so many train tracks. But it seems like the train tracks are just going to feel like another version of the hypertube, but I'll say a hypertube that can move a little bit faster. But I know 1,000 tracks wouldn't even be enough. Because to get there, then we got to have turns, and then I think we dealt with a problem with the whole I think the water and the lava. I think cobblestone generator. I think that's where it gets stuck at. I think when it gets to like a cobblestone generator. I do need some more precise mechanisms. Yeah, I gotta make some more cogs too. Oh my goodness. There we go. So now we gotta make 2 mechanical arms. Okay. And some plates. It seems like I'm definitely crafting just to be crafting now. The server must have just enough items installed, so they didn't install it. That's strange. So how... I'm literally trying to see, like, how are they able to, like, how are we able to find, like, crafting recipes and such? Unless we're installing it, you know, on our own ends, but they didn't install it because they think it's, like, I guess common sense to just have it installed. These train tracks are still going. Alright, let's see. Because I know for sure, once I've placed these down, if I go into the nether and place the arms, and I know we're supposed to do something with the wheels. I might have to make like a few more wheels. Probably 3 more, which I have in my possession right now. Just gotta like craft 3 small, then the large ones, and then do it again. But I know some people would probably tell me, why would I why would I be brute forcing so much when I could just, like, you know, do the other way? But I'm just gonna say I'm just doing it for fun. Mostly just to see how the systems, like, behave. Okay. And I know we have like 1 more here. I'm really trying to see if we can... Okay. It says it's blocked. Oh, that hurt. I'm watching where that gas went. Because the gas is... Like, I really don't like these ghasts. I mean, because the reason why I don't like them, because you could be minding your business, and then they have the intent to, like, cause damage. Like, I just don't trust them at all. It's for self-defense. And we also got a ghast here. Okay. It's just so hard to, like, try not to trust these environments. I don't like that look of that ghast. As long as it's still generating enough, like, enough water or enough kinetic energy, we're fine. Yeah. The gas just vanished. Okay. So now we got to install the claws. That would also mean okay. So because we want take items from there and put them on here. So what happens, it does what it's supposed to do. And it drops these sturdy sheets. Okay. So let me just close this up. I know, we've been going on for the allotted time. I know. So, see, this is where we're supposed to put our, like, only, this is if I want to put a chute here, but I could, but I still probably have to manually, like, place it, and then all it does, it just goes onto this deployer right here, and it just applies the exact brass casing. I think I should just go ahead and get a chute if I need to. And then once that's finished, then I could just let it get placed in this chest, maybe like chest or barrel. I think still better off as a barrel. Place it in this barrel, and then we get our very first piece with using create. And I can also probably do it like this, right? Yeah, I can do that too. And then just gotta do something about this part. But like I said, that means I gotta somehow I gotta make it go in here. It means it's still gotta like cross through. Like somehow the hand has to like go like turn in there. But I mean it does look kind of weird if I even place it right there. Looks kind of weird. But I'm also trying to see like what if I were to like place like one right here and see I want this to go in here. I mean, I think it probably depends on like how I had it set up, but I think I could put it right here too, where it probably just hangs and it just pulls like whatever, and it just does like this. Take items from the depot and deposit them in there, and then I just set it there, and then power it up. And now when this happens, it does look like a mess. Yeah, it's still going to have to do some things kind of manually in a sense, because you still got to like still pull things unless you really want the system to still like go on and just do what it's supposed to do. But that would also mean that means the mechanical arm can also probably do like a few actions as well, which is kind of interesting. That's if I do want to put a chest here or a barrel, and all it has is just, you know, powdered obsidian, and just put it in there, and then it gets processed. I'm just thinking like I'm just kind of just thinking in a spirally sense, because it does seem quite abstract to think, but it can be a possibility, because anything is possible. Plus, I know that you could probably put like something right here. I mean, I could put like something there, but that's if I want the arm to still like pull. Like, because say hypothetically I have a barrel, but I probably still want the arm to pull like whatever comes from here, so it could still like interact with each other. Because I think what's important is it's sort of like learning how these machines interact with each other on a day-to-day basis. So it's sort of like that. So right now, see, by default, it's just going to drop whatever, and I would have to recalibrate this, because see, that would also mean I could let it come out, but it's just going to fall out on the floor, and I don't want that. So that would mean I will have to take items from the depot, and I'll also take items from the depot. But again, I don't know if it's going to be filtered correctly. I think that's the issue. That's probably like my only thing that I might have a problem with. See, it completely like skips something. Prefer first target. Let's see. See, it would technically mean I would have to put like, it would technically mean I would have to still put like a chest, or a, it would technically mean I would still have to put something down here. I would have to still, I mean, it looks like a mess, but this is what Create is totally about. Basically this messy. See, I will still have to like put like a belt, a funnel there, and a funnel here, and then it's gonna look like a whole manufacturing plant if you try to visualize it. Create is more like a factory, so it's going to function like a factory. Like, it may look weird, but if you think about it, that's how literal conveyors work too. Like, I had to try to imagine this as if I'm playing immersive engineering a little bit, because it's something similar to that. And I kind of forgot what I came here to do. Sometimes that's what happens when you have so much fun. Because I think what I was trying to do is, yeah, I was trying to do that. Okay. Arm, hand, bobbin, funnel. Yeah, I literally just like forgot like that fast. And I am hungry because I want some pizza. Because I actually ordered some pizza, but it's probably cold or something, but I haven't even eaten yet. But I know I have the munchies, because I'm pretty sure once that's, you know, saturated, then I'm fine. So I'm going to go ahead and try to wrap this up now, because we have been going on for 5 hours and 39 minutes. And that is like a very, very long time. Like, it's a very long time. Like, very long. But this is what the grind totally is about. Like, you can't really sugarcoat this any further. Like, you still gotta, like, plan it. And you still gotta work it out. See, that's still gotta come out. It's still gotta be processed. Like, everything's still gotta come in there. Then, I think for this part, this is where you... Yeah, see, that would mean I would actually need like one sample of this material. Let's see here. Actually, let me do something. I'm just going to remove you for a second, and I'm just going to place down some powdered obsidian. Okay. So this should already be filtered. So this is going to take only, it takes that, and then this just pulls out whatever obsidian I got in here. If I put it in there. There we go. And right here, this is where it's supposed to be filtered out. And then that's where we get our sturdy sheets. But again, I'm still trying to clean it or clear it up. Like right now, that's that. That goes in there. That goes there. Okay. Just making sure everything is because I want this to take items, and I want this. I'm probably just gonna want it just to take items. It takes the items, and then it just deposits them here. That's probably all I want it to do. And then, since this is a system too, I could try to pair this off with some obsidian so we can at least keep getting this over and over again, because this is a system that can be exploited where you can constantly just keep recycling your obsidian many times as you want, because you always get the block back, because 75% is a very high chance. It's very high. Like, there's no way it will break. Luckily, it's not like 25%, but 75 is very high. Okay, so it turns into that. Okay. And since we haven't really, like, established what was supposed to be taken from here, because we have to set up a, we gotta set up a, because, see, how do I say, this one should be powered up, right? So let's see. Is it a brass casing, or is it the other way around? Oh, so it's the other way around. Okay, so it's not brass casings. So it's technically sturdy sheets. So I have to use, so somehow, okay. So we just basically got the inverse operations incorrectly. So the sturdy casings are basically applied to the deployer, which means somehow, I'm just going to say somehow, as if I have to naturally attach the contraptions. I mean that would be kind of silly. You know what? It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt to try. It generally doesn't hurt to try. And then say we have like it only takes these or something like that. Oh, I'm just saying. So let's see here. No, let me just remove this. I'm just being hypothetical here. Okay. So it doesn't like connect the way I think it does. So I think putting that glue on there was kind of just not worth it. Yeah. So yeah, so that would mean these would be finished. Then those would be finished. Then I have to pull them out, and then I gotta put that in there and set my pieces in here like that. Locomotive age. So this is what they want me to make. And then I can probably just set it right here for now and use this. So this is going to take, this is going to deposit. There we go. So that means if I have a ton of these, now we have 8 train casings. We can make train controls, which I guess allows us to operate the train. Train controls are required on every train contraption. Okay. And since I am slowing it down, I do want to see. Once assembled, right-click the block to start driving. Okay. So it immediately starts? Accelerate and steer the train using movement keybinds. We can also steer the train? That's actually kind of cool. If desired, the top speed can be fine-tuned using the mouse wheel. Wait, top speed? So we can also change speeds and everything. That is kind of cool. I think the Wonder does teach you a lot. Hold space to approach a nearby station. Okay. Trains can only be disassembled back into blocks at stations. Oh, okay. Assemble whistles can be activated with the sprint key. Ooh. Okay. Sneak or click again to stop controlling the train. We're definitely going to be making some trains. Yep, we're getting a lot closer to making trains. And that's good. So now we have locomotive blocks. Now we're just going to go ahead and lock in the moment. So I'm just going to say, we're just going to get ourselves ready for the locomotive age, where we're going to be traveling by train, but we still going to have to use the drills, because it's still a long way to go, and a lot to mine. But as you can see over here, that's what's making me happy. Because you can actually see we are making progress. And then I can set up my little train station and I can send it from, back and front. And I can keep walking all the way out here just to place down some more tracks. Like, look at it just go. I mean, this is the coolest thing about the whole adventure or the experience within the Monulite SMP. But I'm just going to go ahead and just say this. I hope everybody enjoys this playthrough. And if you do, then I am very grateful for your time just watching me just, do what I normally do. Just figure things out, trial and error, and learn from my mistakes. But until then, I'll see you guys back here with another playthrough of the Monulite SMP experience. And I have been doing a lot of things off camera and things in real life. Sometimes it's hard for me to continue the grind. Sometimes you gotta take a break just to relax and then continue on doing your thing. But until then, see you guys next time with another Monulite SMP experience. And I'm definitely going to use this as a thumbnail. Yeah. But anyways, take care.